need that. All right, I think we're ready to start. I apologize for the brief delay here getting set up. Let's start with our work session, 4 o'clock. Looks like we have all department heads and all council members in attendance, so thank you all very much. And let's start with a presentation from Edge Homes.
Jump right into this. I like it.
Just so you know, it is supposed to be a work meeting, so a little informal, meaning everyone's lights are on so they can ask questions throughout.
Great. Yeah, feel free to stop me as I dive into this a little bit more. Happy to pause and have a discussion on it. So, but my name is Brandon Watson with Edge Homes, civil engineer slash land developer, I guess. That's kind of the best of two evils there, I guess. What I'm going to show you here this afternoon has been months and months of planning between not only Edge Homes, but with all departments on Riverton City staff. So planning, engineering, parks committee, public works, engineering. We've all been involved over the past several months on getting this to where it's at today. So we're excited to present to you this playground. So, and in general, just what we're going to call the Riverton 10-acre park. I know the name is to be determined, but for those that aren't familiar with where this area is, so this would be south of 134 South and east of Mountain View Corridor, the Mountain Ridge development, and this borders Harriman to the south, and Bluffdale City to the, well, kind of south and east. And so we're north of 138 South. And this is a 10-acre park that is strategically placed to be in a location that serves both the development's needs as well as Riverton City's needs when it comes to parks and infrastructure goes. So what I'm going to show you here right now is just an overview of the meat of this park. And like I said, we've had a lot of collaboration with the Parks Committee on making sure we lay this out in a way that makes complete sense. So I'll just start on the north end, which is north is to the left of this picture where those pickleball courts are. So just from an orientation standpoint, but we've got 8 pickleball courts, and been working closely with the Parks Department to make sure we get fencing and lighting and benches and all those accessory amenities in the right place and the way we'd like it. Obviously, these are artist renderings and our best renderings of what we envision this to look like. And we've got a couple of shade structures with some picnic tables underneath it. Just to the north is a detention pond that can also serve as a play field or something along those lines. It will be graded and designed in a way that will have multifunction ability to it. And then we've got a parking lot on this north end for the pickleball and the playground area. It's about 25 parking stalls. Then as we jump to the south end of the field of the park, we've got the play field and a much larger parking lot. Now, when I say a play field, so on the right-hand side of the picture here.
Recording in progress.
On the right-hand side of the picture here is another very large play field that's going to be sized more for soccer fields and more of a programmable space as far as use goes. And then I don't know if you can see my cursor or not, but anyway, I guess towards the top of the picture, you can kind of see a blue and green area. There'll be some swing sets there. We'll have a very large splash pad that we've worked closely with your Parks Department to make sure that it's designed and functions the way that works for the public as well as works for them from a maintenance and a maintenance standpoint. So I'm going to kind of jump right into the playground. And I brought Dane with Big T Recreation, so he's the one that's designed this. Him and his team have done a fabulous job on getting this designed. They've done a lot of work in your city. I'm sure you guys are aware of other parks that they've helped design and create and facilitate. So I'm going to turn the time to him to have him just kind of run through real quick the playground and splash pad items.
Thank you for your time, Mayor and City Council. As Brandon said, my name is Dane Egan. I'm with Big T Recreation. We specialize in all things parks, playgrounds, pavilions, splash pads. Anything you find at a city park, we typically supply that. So we were brought on with Edge, and we've met with Edge, the city staff, and we have come up with a playground and splash pad combo that we feel is very impactful for the community. Something that will drive families to be there. It will be low maintenance, and it will be something that is a beacon for families to spend time, to spend hours. Here's a... I'll turn the volume down there. So, talking about this playground, in the middle we're anchored by a Playworld Sky Tower. This is just filled with fun. It's about 20 feet tall at its highest point, and it is all throughout it. It has a few ways to enter the playground and get to that top point where you have your tall slide, you have your chimes that you can ring at the top. But all throughout that, you have play as the kids circle and make their way to the top. There are panels, there's sensory, there's mirrors, there's things for them to play and interact with all the way through the playground. Let me go ahead and play this again so you can take a look. On the outside of the playground, we are filled with a lot of motion play. You have your swings, and with that you have a large variety of swings. ADA, a bucket seat for a child. You have a disc swing, which encourages multiple kids to play on the swing together, as well as a zoom track. So it's a track ride similar to a zip line. Right there you can see everything that is on the outskirts has an inclusive feel to it. The spinners are made for multiple kids to be on at the same time to encourage that play. It's also completed with poured-in-place rubber surfacing with a design within that surfacing. Poured-in-place rubber is the Cadillac of the playground surfacing. It's long-lasting, has fall attenuation for protecting the children, and it looks good. It will help the playground just look really sharp for years to come. Here's a still shot of that playground with the variety of swings. And then across the sidewalk from the playground is going to be a splash pad. The splash pad will be about a 60-foot diameter. It will have ground sprays galore where kids will have the opportunity to press the button, and it will be a very energetic splash pad. You'll have water features spouting out on one side and on the other side, and they'll be running around kind of trying to catch the water, so to speak. But all of that is very programmable by the city. We've worked with your park staff on splash pads before. They're comfortable with our operating system and know how to set those up in a way that works best for you and the city. Any questions on the playground or splash pad?
What is the predicted life?
Yes.
And how long are you going to guarantee it for?
Yeah, so the technical, if you were just to get to the terms and conditions of it, everything that you see here would have roughly a 15-year warranty. All of your plastic parts that you see there, your slide, your cozy cocoon, which is that encompassing, all of those carry a minimum of 15 years on those plastic pieces. All of your steel pieces, your uprights, your swing frames, any post that's going into the ground that's supporting a feature, that has a lifetime warranty on it. In general, you would expect the playground to last about 20 years. You should definitely expect that out of this. It will The maintenance will be low. The surfacing will need some maintenance over the years, but the play features will be very relatively low maintenance. And we do have a very good working relationship with your park staff and have a very rapid response as far as if you need a part, we can get it quickly and get that playground back in action.
I have 3 questions.
Yes.
So is it the grass outside, is it turf or is it grass?
This, in the playground pit, is poured in place rubber. So
Outside?
outside of it would be a grass field, yes? Yep.
I'll just jump back to this first slide here that would kind of show a general overview.
Okay.
So what this rendering doesn't incorporate a lot is we do want to introduce xeriscape, like you'll see in the park strip, for example, on the road in front. We want to be, water-wise in area and put that in areas that aren't large grass areas. But where you're seeing, I'm going to say east or above the splash pad and playground area, those are intended to be grass filled. So, the soccer team shows up and is waiting for their next game, they got a place to warm up.
Okay, because I thought I saw a line. I'm like, is that a painted line for grass? But maybe it was just a line of a sidewalk. And then my 2 other questions are, what's the age range for the splash park? What's the age range for the playground equipment?
Yeah, so the splash pad does not carry an age rating. It is, especially with it being just all ground features, it will be all generations. I mean, you could have an 18-month-old baby out there in a mother's care or a father's care. So that's all ages, but supervision on the younger children. The playground is rated for 5 to 12-year-olds.
Okay.
That doesn't mean it doesn't have 2 to 5 aspects to it. 2 to 5-year-olds. Playgrounds come in 2 to 5-year-old or 5 to 12-year-old.
Those are the 2 ranges normally.
Those
2
are the
to 5
2
to 5 to
ranges,
12.
yep.
Yeah, that's
And
what I
there
was
is a lower rating for infants and toddlers, but in general, yeah, you're working with those 2 ratings of 2 to 5 or 5 to 12. So while this is a 5 to 12 feature, it has a lot of features that are for the 2 to 5-year-olds. All of your outside components can be used outside of the track ride, the zip line, but everything is meant for them to be able to use as well. The tower, while it carries that rating of 5 to 12, there is a slide a few sections up. It's also all enclosed. So on the inside of this tower, you have 6-inch increments that it goes up the whole way, just little 6-inch. So it
Okay.
is friendly for a child that doesn't meet that age rating to still get on there and go down a slide.
To be
But-
safe is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, there's not going to be any high fall heights from that, just due to the enclosure. So it will serve all ages, but the technical rating is the 5 to 12.
We did make sure in the agreement that elected officials and city staff are exempt from that age range. We are allowed.
I knew that was coming.
Sweet, because now as a grandmother, I'd like to go. The reason for me asking is as a mother and now as a grandmother, there's some parks we go to, and as a mother, if I took my 12-year-old daughter to a splash park, there was nothing for her to do. She was super bored. So I'm glad that it's more the 5 to 12, because when she was 12, the splash pad was just too baby for her. And the little brothers were fine, but it was super boring for her. And then, I now, as a grandmother, I take them to parks, but she's 1, so we go to 2 to 5. So I was just wondering the age range. I think that's a great age range, so thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you for your questions.
That does bring up a good point. This spinny saucer disc thing here, is that rated like a good 1980s merry-go-round? We want these kids to be able to really get like the impact of centrifugal force. And
It will have a lot of that, yes. I mean, there's been studies on playgrounds that the spin gets kids to stay longer. So having a playground with the spinning elements is key. And yeah, that does get some speed to it.
good.
I'm really excited to see the splash pad and the playground and the way that those are going to operate together, because I think this is going to be a great draw for families in the area. And I know there's a lot of residents that want to see more splash pads in the city. But I did have a question to the mayor's earlier question about kind of life expectancy. I appreciate that information for the playground. What does the life expectancy look like from the splash pad's perspective?
Yeah, splash pad, it should have right in that same range, just because most of your components that you're dealing with, especially on this one, are ground features. So your biggest, down the road, 15, 20 years, You could have some pipes possibly, crack, break, but it is a low maintenance as far as the actual splash pad itself, and in the winter we supply you with nozzles that cover up all of the ground sprays. So those are covered up, and the operating system has a long lifespan. In general, yes, the same 15 to 20 years should apply with regular maintenance, but it does not have a lot of moving parts to it.
And along those lines, what's the volume? How much water does it take to manage a splash pad?
So if the whole splash pad were running all at the same time, which is going to be rare, you're typically going to have parts of it pop on at one time or another. As designed, if you were to have everything pop on at one time, it's about 150 gallons per minute.
I have another question. Oh, go ahead.
Does that recycle?
This is a freshwater system.
Fresh water. Okay.
Any other questions down this direction? None? Circle back, go ahead.
I have one more question. I don't know if there's another slide. I'm concerned about benches because I want to sit while they play. Are there benches? Do you have a picture of that?
Yeah, let me go back to this first slide here. So kind of hard to see, but we do have, yeah, that's really hard to see. Probably the best image, if you look over on the pickleball courts, for example, those first two on the kind of north end, you can see some shadows of pickleball courts. Wish I had the ability to.
Are those three benches that are grayish?
Wait, those are, yeah. Can you see my cursor right there?
Yeah.
There's benches there. We have benches here. We have benches that are, you can kind of see them. Again, I apologize, it's a smaller image, but we do have benches that are kind of scattered throughout.
Gotcha.
Over here. And then one thing I did fail to mention is from 138 South, which is on the right-hand side, all the way up to Rose Creek. Yeah, Rose Creek is an asphalt trail.
Bravo.
And so this trail will connect into Harriman's trail system that goes all the way down through Rosecrest. This will tie into the trail that runs along the canal. It turns north and it will go, or sorry, it turns west at Rose Creek. It will continue around the Mountain Ridge development as well. And then I know you guys have been working, I've seen the bridge stage there just north of where this park is going, that at some point, potentially, I believe the last discussion I heard was there would be a bridge to get up and over into Mountain View Village. So that will tie all of this together. And then we do have trails that will run east-west. For example, where my cursor is right here, there'll be a trail system that will come along Greenford Lane, and this will continue to the north. So yeah, if your 12-year-old's out there and wants to ride a bike or whatever, they can hop right on this and go right around the trail and get there. It's not just shy of a mile of trail here. So
Great, that's key for all of us, I think. So thank you very much. Are there any other questions from council members?
Are we going to put a skate park out there?
Pardon?
Are we going to put a skate park out there?
Well, it's not in the original plan here, Spencer.
I'm just looking at room. There's plenty of room, it seems.
Plenty of room. Okay, thank you very much. It's appreciated.
thank you.
We'll move on to our discussion items. Audit and financial reporting. Mr. Gare, the best part of this whole meeting. Thank you, gentlemen, very much for coming and presenting. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. So in front of you guys, we dropped off first our PAFR, which is the thin book, and then our annual comprehensive financial report. This is our bigger book. There is a small typo that we'll be fixing, so we will get you a better copy once we get them reback from there. But at least we have something today to look at. What I'm going to do is I actually want to start by thanking staff. When we prepare these annual comprehensive financial reports, there's so much time and energy that goes into it, not just from our finance and admin services department. It really does take a lot from all of the different departments. But I do actually, within my own department, want to really recognize Megan Sullivan, our Assistant Administrative Services Director, Lindsay Hennick, our Senior Accountant, and Jenny Proctor, our Treasurer. All three of those, as well as all of our staff, just spend a lot of time, energy, and effort for everything that goes into this book. This really is a lot that we do in such a short time frame of what we're producing. So I really do want to appreciate them for all their hard work. So today I'm actually going to not talk for a minute. I'm going to turn the time over to Jeff Miles. Jeff is a managing partner, right? Managing partner? Just a partner, okay. I was trying to give him an extra title, didn't work, sorry guys. He's a partner with HBME, they're our external audit firm, so they've been contracted to come in and do our audit. He's gonna specifically talk about the 3 different audit reports that he's produced. I will also pull those up while he's talking about it so that he can talk through any of those, and then he'll be here for any questions that you have. So I'll turn the time to him.
Okay, Jeff, just a partner.
Yes. Just a partner. Great to be with you today. We had a good discussion about the financial statements in detail with the audit committee. I can't remember if that was last week or 2 weeks ago, but we went into a lot more detail on this, and so we're going to keep this kind of more a little bit surface level. The printed copy you have is missing this page right here. It should be right here. Nick's going to get that revised, but this is our actual opinion on the financial statements. Within this document, there's only 3, probably about 7 pages that belong to us as the audit firm. The rest of it belongs to the city. But we are issuing a clean, or what's called an unmodified opinion on the financial statements of the city. And that paragraph right there reads, in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects the respective financial position of the governmental activities, business type activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information in Riverton City as of June 30th, 2025. So we do feel that these are in conformity with generally accepted accounting principles. After that, it kind of goes through what our responsibilities are as auditors and responsibilities of management. Ultimately, I think Nick would emphasize that we are hired by City Council to audit management of the city to ensure that the information that they're providing to you is complete and accurate to help facilitate the decision-making that is being made by council. And so as part of every audit that we do of local governments is gaining an understanding of the internal control framework of the city. Part of that, also the state audit, the Office of the State Auditor requires the city to kind of do an internal analysis of their own risk assessment, and part of that is analyzing segregation of duties. And so we get that from Nick and the finance team, and then we actually ensure that those segregations of duties exist, and they're not just checking a box that says, yes, we have segregation of duties at the city. Nick, if you want to go to probably within the packet, the very back of the book is our 2 final audit reports, and one of these discusses internal controls. That's the federal single audit. Go up just a little bit. Right there. So this is our report with respect to internal controls. As part of that understanding, we didn't identify any deficiencies in internal controls. We feel like the controls are adequate and appropriate to facilitate appropriate financial reporting at the city. I think we need to go up a little bit more, Nick, to get to the state compliance reports. Other direction, I think. Yeah. So every audit in the state of Utah, the state auditor's office has us look at certain kind of functions within the city that are related to state code. The items that we audited this year related to budgetary compliance, and the main part of that is to ensure that no departments were over budget during the fiscal year. Fund balance, ensuring that there's no funds with a deficit fund balance, and also that the unrestricted fund balance of the general fund must exceed 5% of general fund revenues, but it can't exceed 35% of general fund revenues. And at the end of the fiscal year, should have had this number ready, I believe we were at 25% is where unrestricted fund balance is as a percent of general fund revenues. We also look at the controls within the justice court, restricted taxes and related restricted revenue. There's certain revenues that the city has that are restricted for a certain purpose. We have to ensure that those are spent for those required purposes. We look at the fraud risk assessment prepared by the city. We look at governmental fees to ensure that the city isn't receiving revenues in excess of the expenses to administer certain programs of the city. enterprise fund transfers, impact fees, and Open and Public Meetings Act. The one here that's kind of a hot button issue in the state auditor's office is impact fees. They kind of overhauled how the cities need to report those last year, and we feel like the city's presentation of impact fees meets the guidelines of the state, and that the city is not, is spending impact fees within the general requirements, which is 5 years within receiving them. And none of the impact fees were outside of that window for fiscal year 2025. So we didn't identify any compliance issues with state compliance. And then the other report, which isn't included in here, is our federal single audit report. So any local government that spends more than $750,000 of federal funds is subject to a federal single audit. So we have to actually look at the programs of the city to ensure that the money received from the federal government was spent for the expected items. And so you can see the programs here that we're subject to, or we kind of scope it. We look at that $750,000. And so we had the COVID-19 coronavirus state and local funds. That was the program that we looked at, and those monies was spent for secondary water meters that were installed, as well as the Green Well project, and felt that all the handling of those funds were in accordance with the guidelines of the Coronavirus Act, and those funds were remitted to the city. So overall, no deficiencies, felt like state compliance is good, state audit requirements are good, and the city has presented the financial statements appropriately to meet the requirements of accounting principles. And then I think one other thing Nick maybe didn't mention is every year the city does submit this to the Government Finance Officers Association, and they have a certificate program, and we anticipate that this report meets the requirements to receive the certificate for fiscal year 2025. With that, any questions from council or mayor with respect to our audit?
None from me, except that I would like to thank Councilmember Johnson, who sat on the audit committee and I know had extensive conversations, which was helpful and important.
Yes.
So thank you.
Yeah, I want to make a comment. I just appreciate being part of that subcommittee and having a very detailed, complex, in the weeds conversation with you guys. I left feeling pretty positive about the financial state that we're in, and appreciate staff and your ability to navigate those complex questions and conversations.
Just have a quick question. Do we have a copy of this then? I'm assuming we have a copy of this, or no?
So for this particular one, the schedule of the single audit is done after the ACFR is produced.
Okay.
Because of how the federal government works, we actually have a few more months afterwards. So this one is something that I will send out to you guys independently, and it will be posted online as well. We actually have to file it anyways with the state auditor's office and with the federal government. So we've met that piece, but in terms of getting the books produced and getting the ACFR posted, we have to do that before. Sometimes this is done. Hopefully we try to get it done beforehand, but this year it didn't happen.
When does it happen again? It happens, like, when will it be available?
Oh, I will actually send this out after the meeting, and then as I said, it is actually online at the state auditor's office as well, and then we'll post it up on. So.
Yeah, I was like, as you were scrolling through, I wanted to look at the COVID money quickly, and then it went, and I didn't know if I wanted to look again.
I'll send that out to you. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other? Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a great evening.
Okay, Nick.
So today we're transitioning away from revenues, which is kind of fun. We get to now start talking about expenditures. And this is the part where we kind of are going to be looking for a little bit more guidance. I know that revenues sometimes are the revenues, right? It's a forecast. Here's where we get to talk about what we want to do and what does our budget tell. But before I go there, I want to just quickly circle back. Does anyone have any lingering questions from our discussions on revenue forecasts from last time that we need to take note of or to discuss? Perfect. I don't know that I have a sales tax update right now. I was hoping we'd get them, but holiday, I'm hoping we'll get it sometime this week. So next time I'll have an update of where our sales tax finished in December, because I know that's been a big item for us anyway. So today we're here to talk about personnel requests. As you guys look at our calendar, we're kind of block by block building our budget as we go along. And we start off with personnel because at the end of the day, there's quite a few decisions we want to start talking about. There are things that are going to be coming. But what I really do want to stress today, what you're seeing is everything. I haven't filtered it. The mayor hasn't filtered it. Kevin hasn't filtered it. Typically speaking, in our budget process, we refine things, right? You start off with, and it's like a personal budget, right? If you're making it, you start off with all these wants and things that you want to do, and then you refine them as you go along. And you kind of end up with more of a finalized product. We're bringing you the unrefined product, knowing that there will be refinements that have to happen. So as you walk into these and you're looking at them and we're talking about things, understand we are going to have to refine, and that's okay. What we're looking for today is kind of some generalized guidance. If there are things in here as we get going along that we're all like, no, we're not interested in doing, we're not interested in looking at, let's have that conversation. Let's not waste each other's time talking about them anymore. If you're interested, let's have that. It doesn't mean that once we get into final discussions and we're looking at our budget, we may have to come back and revisit it. That's okay. That's the purpose of this process, okay? So let's start by talking a little bit about what we do every year. So every year we take all of the positions in the city and we benchmark them against our peers, our surrounding agencies. We then review those benchmarks and we look at what needs to be adjusted, if anything. If changes are needed, we typically propose them in our budgetary process, or we look within the scales and we kind of say, okay, maybe they belong in a different grade than what they were, and we move them along that way, depending upon the circumstance. But any real changes to what we're going to pay someone, or if we're going to make a drastic change, we bring them through this process. And then along the way, we also have our departments that make their requests to us, whether that's a reclassification or new positions, right? They come and they ask for them and they bring them through this process. We ask them for information, and that's what we're going to be kind of reviewing today. As I said earlier, the goal of today is kind of feedback. I'm not going to sit there and we're going to vote on everything today. But I am going to look at you and I may say, is this kind of a general consensus? Is this kind of how you're feeling? So that as we walk away today, I can kind of begin to put that into what you guys want to see as we move forward, all right? Things are still going to be subject to funding as we get into them. There are things that I always want to have, but then once the reality hits, sometimes you got to make a different choice, right? And that's what we're going to be doing. And then we're all available if you want to talk to us about it. Get with Kevin. He'll schedule a time with us. If there's something more you want to know, if you're on the fence about something and want to talk about it in more detail, we're happy to do that. So feel free. So we're going to start with general items on the city's proposed list. We typically start with the police step plan. And I know it's not my first item listed. The police step plan is a 4% between each step. And that's usually our starting point when we talk about funding the step plan. And that, as we look at what's consistent, that's kind of our starting point every year. Now, obviously, every year we look at it, we look at surrounding cities, we have different conversations of what we can afford, and we make some different decisions. But as of right now, as kind of that starting spot, we're talking about an up to 4% for all civilian employees. We're talking about funding the step plan for our police officers, which is 4%. For all those that are topped out, or what we call redlined, so that means that they've already at the top of their step plan, or within their grade, they've already reached the top, so there's no room for them to grow. We're talking about an up to 4%. These would be merit increase, this would be a merit increase for all civilian employees and an up to 4%, which means it's based on their performance. Just for everyone's information, how merit increases work is you actually don't move the scale. You move within the scale, right? So we're not moving the scale up. We're simply saying you move up to 4% within your scale for your salary. And then, so that we have our total estimated impact. And then we've also provided kind of a 10-year history. As you can look, we really haven't gone that much above inflation over the last 10 years. We've kept things relatively flat. Any questions on this?
I think the only piece to reiterate is to clearly state this is a beginning place. This may not be where we end up, but we want you to just see in totality the potentials and the pitfalls, and then we'll go from there.
Correct. Thank you, Mayor. Fair.
Can we just have some calculations at some point as we're having this discussion? I know not today, but of what the total impact would be if we lowered it by a percentage or increased it by a percentage, just to understand what that shift would look like per percentage?
Yeah, when we get to the end, actually, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of that items.
Okay.
If you're okay with that.
Cool. Thank you.
I'll make sure I address that, Andy. Thank you. Okay. In addition, we're also asking that we fund our Public Works Career Ladder program. Traditionally, what this is that within our field workers in Public Works, we incentivize them to get certain certifications, trainings, things that they're able to do that help us as a city, right? Having a CDL is a positive for us because they're able to then do different vehicles. Being a flagger, being able to do traffic control, a registered stormwater inspector, all of those are things that allow us to utilize our staff and not pay other external vendors, and allows them to grow and develop as well. Typically speaking, they can range anywhere from 15 cents to $1. There's different ones, and not everyone gets them. They're just something that we incentivize our employees to learn and grow and help us as a city. Our estimated cost is about $30,000 after benefits. That's just to cover any of those that decide to do that.
And for me, this is a slide I'd never seen before. So the educational
This is something we haven't really,
it's really nice.
included, but we've never really talked about it this way.
Right.
And so,
Do we currently pay for them to get these certifications, or do they have to pay out of pocket?
we actually do pay for them to do the training as long as they pass. Usually, typically speaking, if they take an exam and they don't pass it after that, there is conversation about whether they need to pay and do it or not. But we do pay for it.
Yep.
Good question. Anything else here? So let's talk a little bit about our benefits. So right now we're in kind of that initial stage of our benefits conversation. We work with GBS, they're our broker. So we sat down with them and they went out to Select Health and asked what Select Health would want to do for our renewal rate, and Select Health came back with 5.9%. I want to stress to you, actually that is a really good number from what we're hearing about from our other agencies and friends. I think, and I wish Wade was here. I mean, what UFA was budgeting, I thought they were closer to the up like 9-10% or something like that, if I remember right. So to have a 5.9 starting point is amazing. Last year, we started double digits. Was it 15, 14? 16%, and then we ended up around 6% is what our increase was last year. So our brokers do an amazing job negotiating our rate, looking at what we spend, what our usage is. Our employees do an amazing job at making sure that they're using their benefits in a really positive way to keep those costs down. So right now, they came back at 5.9. We've asked them to lower that. And GBS is very comfortable that they will get them to lower that, given where we're at. So we will come back with that, but it's just kind of our starting point and an approximate of what that would be if it was 5.9%. Dental,
Nick,
sorry.
just while we're here, just for informational purposes, the, 15-year trend is about 4.5 per year, right? For our health insurance. So still over 15 years. That's 100% attributed to all of our employees and everybody, all of the people that are taking the health insurance, because they're being smart with their health insurance and they're being smart with where they go. And we've been doing it. We've been doing our best to educate people when to go to the ER versus when to go to Instacare. All of those different things, because when to take name brand versus generic drugs, because all of those play into your renewals each year.
And I think I'll just add to that just a little bit, but there's a deep report that goes underneath these numbers that shows medications, the top 10 medications that our employees use, the illnesses. There's a lot of information that goes into building this insurance plan.
With those top 10 medications, is the Trump RX stuff that just came out here 2 weeks ago or whatever, will that have an impact on this? Like a major impact?
Too soon, because
Too
this is
soon.
all,
Is it?
yeah, this is all
Then
what
you-
happened last year,
Okay.
not what's going to happen.
Well, and you can go in and just like, these are our top 10 things, and the cost of it last year was X, and now with Trump RX, it's Y, and get an idea of what it'll do.
Yeah, hopefully that'll be that as our employees use it, they'll use less of our benefit for the cost, right? That's the goal, hopefully.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we'll have to see. That'll be a good question to ask them as we get going and as we actually see the results happen.
And to make sure they're aware of it.
Yes, I believe actually Trish just sent something out to all of our employees about it just within the last week.
Good.
Announcing that out there. So we are trying to push them to, because prescriptions are, as you imagine, one of our largest parts of our plan. So.
Yeah.
How long have we been with Select Health?
Ooh, that one I couldn't tell you.
We switched over to Select Health, I think the same year that the hospital opened, if I'm not
Okay.
mistaken.
How,
Right about
how
that.
often do we, that's been a while.
We,
Sorry.
we've bid, I don't remember exactly how frequent. The last time we bid was, I think, 2 years ago.
Okay.
We try to bid every 5-ish years is when Craig tries to push us to bid. I don't know if we were always exactly at the 5-year mark, but it was a couple of years ago that we did go out to bid. We had an employee committee, different employees. It was interesting because where they all settled at that point, they were very willing to even entertain paying a little bit extra to keep the same plan, and the employees said, hey, we'll even pay a part as well, which is what we ultimately ended up doing at that time. We had adjusted slightly how we were charging everybody, still in compliance with the Affordable Care Act, because the Affordable Care Act has certain rules on how much we can charge the employee versus the employer. That's, quite frankly, we've heard from many people that our health insurance plan is what's kept people here.
Any other questions? Sorry. Okay. I mean, dental, where rates are pending, I'm giving you a budgeted number. It's relatively small because dental, our impact isn't as big. I don't expect it to be that high, but that's what we've just kind of slotted in for the time being. Vision is no employer charge, so it's really employee plan, and our plan is locked in through 2027, so we won't have any changes there for the time being. Other benefits that we do have that employer either participates in or pays for, we're projecting flat right now based on trends. We haven't got all of those in. I'm hoping to get those within the next month or so. So we'll update those and we'll let you know if there's any other impacts that come through. Then URS, everything was relatively flat. There was a small change in Tier 1 civilian that went down about 1%, so that will give us a little bit of savings in what we have to contribute for our Tier 1 employees. I think I projected around $50,000 when I looked at it that we'll save through that. So that's currently, and then it's URS is projected, so they haven't finalized them yet, so they could make some changes, but typically speaking, I haven't seen them make this big of a change or a big change at this point in the game. It's usually done beforehand. All right, mayor and council wages. I know, fun conversation for everyone here. So I always start with, we always benchmark. We benchmark all our positions. We benchmark you guys as well. At this point in time, we didn't feel that there was any market need to adjust the mayor and council. If you guys remember, last year we changed code. Code states now that the mayor and council salary increases are going to match what we give to employees, which we're talking about right here of an up to 4%. Obviously that can change. So I am going to ask for what you guys would like to do. The mayor has said that she is recommending 0% of an increase for her position. That's her choice. But I guess from council standpoint, if we talk to an up to 4%, is that what you guys would like to see?
Personally, myself, if we're looking to cut things all over the place, then I don't see why the council, this is just myself, couldn't step up and say, I'm fine skipping this year. I think looking at the benchmarks, we're on the higher end of things, especially compared to population and so forth.
I will remind you, you did also skip last year. Not that I disagree with your position in any way, but
Puts another feather in my hat.
Yeah, I think that given that we're benchmarked in comparison to our colleagues in the valley, it makes sense to skip another year and reevaluate it next year.
This one I will kind of look to you guys and say, you feel, is that kind of what
Yeah,
you're?
Yes.
we're okay with that, yeah.
Okay.
I didn't even think of it until now, but it would also be interesting in coming years to look at how many of the other council members, mayors in other cities have health care insurance. If they
I
are
believe a
provided
lot
that
of them do,
benefit.
but I will double check that. I
Most
mean,
of
it
them
tends to
do?
be a pretty
Okay,
common one.
great.
We will double check, but last I recall of this pool, I believe all. If not, maybe there's only one or two that don't, but I believe all. Whether or not they take it is a different question, but I believe it's offered. Most health insurance plans, once you hit 100 employees, that's when the health insurance comes to the employer and says, do you want to offer your elected officials? And most of them say, yes, we do. That is the exact thing that happened to us. It obviously hit right at the same time that we added our police department, because that's what got us over 100 employees. And then that was the question we had at that point.
Okay. So now we're going to talk about new positions and reclassifications. And we're going to start with general employees. We're going to start with a request for an IT technician. This comes from my department. Over the last few years, we've had quite a few large increases in terms of workload related to cybersecurity software and compliance with the state. If you guys, I've been here a year and a half, we've gone to multi-factor authentication. We just switched to 365 Microsoft. We're required to do some specific trainings that we need to start doing, including for our employees. And then we've also got a couple of items that we have coming down the pipe that we're going to have to start looking at. We've also added quite a few softwares, and every year we have new softwares. And as we get into our operations, you guys will have some requests for some new softwares that emerge. And so those are also undertaken by our IT support team. I provide a little bit of context of our positions. We've been 3 since 2018. We added in 2018 when we added our police force. Since then, we've added some additional responsibilities. SCADA, which is I'm going to call it the brains of our water system. They're the ones that tell how things to go, open, not open. We manage that internally, and so that's been a use of our staff that wasn't originally when we had our IT. That's something that we've undertaken. And what I'm giving you there is what you'll see in all of the slides is a salary and benefits. That's not their wage number. That's me anticipating a benefit number. And that is on the high end of a benefit number because I don't know if I'm going to be hiring a tier 1 or tier 2 and if they're going to take health insurance or not. So I assume that they will, rather than come back and tell you it's going to be this amount and then, hey, by the way, I need to come back and change it because they're taking health insurance now, right? So my hope is that they would come in under, but that's what it is. You'll also see that we add for all of them a one-time, if there's any one-time charges, because I want you guys to understand what the reoccurring is, which is the salary and benefits, what the one-time costs are. And then I also give you guys our cost allocation, because not every position is costed one way or another. We break up those costs. So you'll see that because we support, IT supports everyone in the city, you see that there's a portion broken out between all of the funds. Does anyone have any specific opinions they want to express on this or questions they'd like to ask?
Yeah, I have some questions.
Please, Amy.
So what's the, like comparing cities of similar size, what is the number of IT personnel to like size, like norm?
It depends on the city. When we looked at it, if you look at Harriman, they've got 3, but they also have a vendor that comes in 3 days a week and does work for them. South Jordan is the highest that I saw. They're almost double everyone else in terms of it, but that also reflects their investment in IT and their positions. But if you also look at their positions, they have a lot more of like these IT technicians than some of the other places do. West Jordan is a little bit higher because they also got a police within there, but they're also a larger city. Draper is about the same about what we are, but they don't have SCADA. So, you end up being somewhere around that 3 to 3.5, 4 is kind of that average, depending on where you look.
And you mentioned the vendor, and that was going to be my other question is, there's a lot of city roles that are not easily outsourced to a vendor. This one, there are times where it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Have we looked at that, or what's the rationale for hiring in-house versus contracting with a third party for some of the support?
I mean, we still have, obviously, we have to use vendors for some things that we do. Obviously, so some of our equipment, when we have to have it repaired, we're going to go out to a vendor. Our staff isn't going to be able to repair that. But a lot of what we're using them for are internal stuff. So we're helping with employees doing specific items, specific ERP systems, as well as some of these items in here are going to be projects that are really more task-oriented. And so having someone in-house kind of helps us achieve that a little bit more, as well as, I hate to admit it, but it also lets us invest in future employees and some growth and development there. If we bring in a little bit and more the IT technician, which is the lower end of that scale, we get to grow and develop someone. And so as we look at long-term planning and replacements, we have someone that could eventually slot into one of our roles, where usually when you're a vendor, you keep using them. But it's also, a lot of our stuff is sometimes after hours, and sometimes that's a little bit more of a primo cost.
I have a question.
Please.
If you say one-time equipment, does that mean per employee, so it's like their laptop or something like that? Okay. Just want to verify
A little bit of
their stuff.
Yeah.
Got it. Hey, Nick. And just for clarification for my sake, you said this is a tier 1 or tier 2 based off their salary. Is that based off scope of work?
No.
Or is that based off like the hiring?
It's when they were actually employed. So what happened is back in, 2010, that's right, this when I was at the state, retirement at the state of Utah changed. So everyone was tier 1 for the longest time, but they actually added a tier 2 in 2010. So if you were employed anywhere that was URS eligible up to 2010, you were automatically grandfathered as tier 1. And that rate's a little bit different, the contribution rate. Everyone after that is grandfathered in as a tier 2, and the contribution rate's a little bit different, a little bit lower. So that's what I'm saying. When we talk about like that particular item, I'm saying it could be tier 1, but really if it's tier 2, it's a little bit lower. Okay. So it'd be a little bit of a savings there.
It depends on the person we hire if they've already worked for X amount of years. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, I'm just happy
So
I'm
just
tier 1.
Please.
Right now, you say we have 3 current IT positions. You're looking to add a 4th.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to clarify that.
As I said, I'm not going to ask you to vote yes or no. What I'm not seeing is that you guys are saying no to this, so I'll leave it going, but you guys can still move it off later unless someone wants to make a specific.
I mean, I would love to pull the thread a little bit more on the vendor piece, because Harriman is larger than us and has 3 in a vendor, and I understand the rationale from trying to do career progression, but I'd like to just understand the cost benefits more fully.
That's cool.
Just one little anecdotal evidence from my side. Back when we were rolling out the software, one of the things that we found ourselves doing, and I believe we're still continuing to do, although it's not as bad, Lance and I were the IT support for our residents. And the more we move all of our residents to online, they needed help. And so we found ourselves getting online and sharing screens with the resident to walk them through doing their online business with the city, at least either getting it set up initially or even some of it ongoing. And that's still continuing, right? So that is one of the areas, not really, we weren't really sure how to put it up on here, but that is one of the areas that's also would be an emphasis in this position as well.
So that was one question I had. Lance, IT says like you're up to here and you would like additional help?
Yeah, we get pretty overwhelmed sometimes.
Okay. And will any of this work with, like, people calling in for help? Does some of this involve any type of user experience, user interface stuff of how things work on our online? Or is that a completely different, like, website design other area?
So, I mean, the actual website design is done, I believe, by our communications team more than anything else. But in terms of troubleshooting issues with our system, it ends up following to Lance's group. So when someone calls for utility billing, they can't change something. We try to find different ways to have them help. Can you talk to, but at the end of the day, it usually ends up coming to him. And we're actually right in the middle. We'll be bringing on, hopefully, building within the next year, and building and permitting. So we'll have quite a bit more coming into our realm that way.
Okay.
But to your point, council member, I will bring that, and we'll have that going forward. The next employee request came from the police department, who oversees animal control. If you guys remember last year, as we were talking about opening a new animal control shelter, the shelter technician was proposed. We decided not to do it. Chief has asked us to do this, to bring this forward this year. The context is there. We took over the shelter. We have some new responsibilities. Before we were contracting out for, some of our adoption, other services, as well as cleaning and managing the shelter. We have some of the specific duties that are there. We do have two, so we recently categorized or classified, I don't know what's the right word, reorganized, there's my word. Reorganized how we're doing animal control and code, where we now have moved our animal control to be a little bit more focused on animal control, and then our code a little bit more focused on code, where there's still backups. And so there's a little bit of the context. The salary and benefits, that's a full-time. Again, it really does depend on tier 1, tier 2, as well if they take insurance or not. Their one-time equipment and uniform is a little bit different because they're going to need some different equipment, being an animal, dealing with the animals, their uniform, stuff like that. And the cost allocation is 100% the general fund. So, are there any questions or comments on this? And I'll turn the time even over to Chief at that point.
Does this position mean that the shelter would be open 9 to 5, 5 days a week?
So what do we do when there's no one in the shelter?
So the request for the shelter tech to be Monday through Friday, allow the 2 animal control officers to patrol and take calls for service to help the residents and so forth. They would also help with the adoption, but maintaining, cleaning the kennels, feeding the animals that are present in the shelter at that time.
And what is the current hours of the shelter?
Its business hours would be 8 to 4.
But it's usually more by appointment now, right? Because they're usually out running
It
around.
is by appointment, so we have at the front entrance signage and stenciled on the front door. We have dispatches numbers, so the 2 that we currently have, and we do have a new hire will be starting here in a couple of weeks. So currently I have 1, so it's been fallen to myself and the lieutenant to help with those calls of service, maintaining the shelter and so forth. I just think it would benefit the police department and the city overall.
And I say this all anecdotally because I had an experience back in December where I had a dog chasing me through a neighborhood with my dog, and it was, crawling on me, biting on me. And I tried calling the Riverton Animal Shelter 2 days in a row, and it wasn't opened. And I don't know if that was like holiday reasoning, but any way we can get more service out of this, because we have our shelter now, is something I'm, open to.
Well, as far as really reaching out to the shelter, I wouldn't do that. I'd call VEC, the dispatch center. It's 840-4000. You would have patrol, you'd have the animal control officers on duty responding immediately at that time.
Wish I knew that.
So right now, we have 1 officer, animal control officer. We're hiring for another one. This one would be also an animal control officer / shelter technician, or would they?
We would reclassify them as a shelter technician. They would not be an animal control
So they would not have
officer.
animal control officer functions or duties.
At least that's not what was proposed, unless you want to change that.
The one thing that I'd like to talk about is if we have an animal control officer calls in sick, it does happen, or they request vacation, at least I'd have a contingency plan to fill those slots when we have sick, vacation, and other things that need.
What's our average occupancy of the shelter?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
How many animals do we have in the shelter on average?
Currently, we have the 1. It was a dog bite. There's times 3 to 4.
Can we also, along with that, are we able to get the data as far as a call sheet? In other words, how often are animal control officers being called out? And
Yeah, we can have that.
just so we can kind of know what the workload is.
We can
I'm going to state There was about 3,600 calls for service for animal control last year in 2025. Code was a lot less. And so the calls of service have increased immensely. But I can provide that data for you.
So, and then do I understand that we've got quite a bit of vacancy there in the shelter right now?
Yeah, like right now, there's just the one animal that we're taking care of.
Can we rent that out to someone? Harriman, Bluffdale?
And I would just like to add, externally to us, it looks like everything seems to be going okay, except for your experience, Alex. But I would like to commend our Chief Taylor, who has just added this additional responsibility to his current responsibilities. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's in my opinion, it's crazy that you or the lieutenant has to go and man the shelter. That's not a sustainable
Well,
or
actually,
great use.
I'm currently overseeing the animal shelter as the chief. And we've got this new employee that I'm excited to hire. We're getting her from Draper. She's going to be an asset to this program. But currently, I have a contingency plans, but I'm overseeing that directly. So I appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you.
Well, and I want to, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Good.
I was just going to say, it just doesn't make sense financially to have a trained officer maintaining security over our animals. On those 3,600 calls, and thank you, Chief, because I didn't realize it was that many. Are we issuing citations? Are we issuing tickets on these situations?
The majority, yes. We follow state law. If the state law mandates a citation be written with a dog bite or in violation of vaccines and so forth, yes, we issue the citations.
Okay.
They go through our JP court.
Okay, thank you.
I have two questions. So how many beds would you say are at the shelter? If we have one dog, or do we have 20 spaces, 5 spaces, 10 spaces? I'm just curious.
We have currently 12 kennels.
12 kennels.
Canines.
Uh-huh.
And then we have multiple cat cages that are larger. The bottom ones are larger, and it goes up 3 tiers that house the cats. And so forth.
That's cool.
For kittens, and I also have a quarantine rooms for dogs and cats. So when we bring them into the shelter, we quarantine them so we don't affect the main population.
Gotcha. And is there other random animals besides dogs and cats you ever bring in, or no?
Well, we have, we'll have like parrots at sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we do have different animals that are brought in. We deal with them appropriately at that time. So yeah.
That's so interesting. And my other question is, for the shelter technician, are there basic qualifications? Do you have to have a master's in zoology, or what's the qualifications?
Well, that'd be nice, but we'll
Right.
scale it down a little bit. A lot of the training would be in-house, and as far as state law and policy, we follow that directly.
Mucking out and cleaning stalls and stuff like
And
that.
that would be the difference between like a shelter technician versus an officer. They'd have a little bit more maybe requirements or training.
So it's more like maybe you have a background and you get the training on hands. That's awesome. Yeah, I was just curious.
Chief, I have one more point too. I recently group with the Seventh-day Adventist group in West Jordan, and they wanted a civic leader to come and chat. And one of their points they made is they want to help their communities. And one of the kids brought up, hey, we'd love to go to the animal shelters and help clean up the pens, help walk the dogs. Is that something that, we as councilmen can find groups of kids to come and volunteer and do those tasks to help with the management of animals?
That would, I would encourage that, but as far as the liability factor, it concerns me a little bit as far as the training. We'd actually have to have a staff member there that's with animal control to oversee it. So we're paying that cost to begin with. I think the liability is too high at this point to answer that question directly.
Yeah.
We kind of ran into that because they were actually having it professionally cleaned, but to do that, they weren't going to touch the animals at all. So we were still required to move the animals, house them, do all that work while they were clean. So, it kind of ends up being similar.
So at the end of the day, this position will enable, the chief and other law enforcement officers to focus on law enforcement and allow the shelter to run in an operational way that does not take police resources.
Correct.
That's what I'm hearing.
That's what you're hearing. Any other comments? No, you're good. Keep talking. I'm good going. Okay. So what I'm hearing is that we're not a no. So I'll do this kind of like with IT. We have some things to provide still.
I just one question. The difference in salary is tier 1, I take it, on the higher end, tier 2 on the lower end? Is that right?
Yeah, it's just for the retirement, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So let's talk about facilities. So this one is a unique request, and I think it involves some better discussion here. When we do our FTE counts, it's full-time equivalent, right? So we look at the number of hours, and we put that into how much is that equal to a full-time equivalent. So right now, within our facilities, they have 1.5 budgeted, but they have a couple of part-time people that work under what they could work to kind of keep us there. For the facilities department, they're asking to move that full-time equivalent to half. They're not going to hire a new person, but they're going to allow for some more hours to be used within the part-time within law. And the purpose of that is to assist with the closing of buildings, cleaning of our facilities. We have one of our part-time people I think they're kind of almost full-time now, helping drive the bus, right? Which was something that we hadn't had them doing, but that's something that we added this last year to help with that. So they want to basically expand it. From our standpoint, that would add a partial half FTE count to our count. So we're bringing that through this process. You see that the salary and benefits is very minimal because it's part-time, and that's spread over those 4 employees. There are no one-time expenditures because they're already employees that work here. It's just simply allowing us to have some more hours that way. Anything else, Cheryl, to add to that? Or?
I want to add something because I just found out about it over the weekend. Or I found out about it today, but it happened over the weekend. This is an interesting bit of information about our night people. Our night facilities person was here Friday, I believe it was, at about 6:30, and one of our water fountains was creating a fountain. The one downstairs right just outside of where HR is. And so Todd came over right away so they could get it taken care of, but the water was already flooding to the point that it was seeping under the floor and going into the HR office. And so we got some fans and it was just a blown part that actually, I mean, it's interesting because if perfect timing for our night guy to just catch that, because you can imagine what on a long weekend, what it would have looked like when we all came in here on Tuesday morning. So very interesting.
So, quick question, is this the bus being used, is this part of that senior center pickup and drop off?
That's one of their part-time people. That's what they're helping with. They'll do other things as well, but they'll help with that. But we have someone that does that.
They cover that when that person's like on vacation or sick or whatever.
Are we able to increase our cost to our neighbor cities for that service? Because we're supplying that service to Harriman and Bluffdale currently. Uh-oh, everyone's smiling and grinning.
That is an ongoing discussion. I think in the end, what will probably happen is some cities will pay more and some cities will pay less, actually. So we're going to end up neutral, net neutral.
Could we use tariffs to negotiate with that?
I guess that's a good question I have, Mayor. Why are we providing services to other cities if they're not going to pay for them?
They're paying. It's part of the county contract, but as far as our the amount of their residents that use the facility, that's how that rate is
because
created.
The resident load is shifting, costs are now shifting.
So, Councilmember, if I could,
please,
and you can correct me, Kevin. We actually do bill the 2 cities that benefit from the pickup, and we bill them based upon specifically the bus side. So if this person is helping with that, what they do and help with the bus will get billed to our surrounding cities.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. If we're adding for that service, that cost.
But it's going to be a direct cost, though. So when they're actually doing it, we'll ask Cheryl to say, well, how many hours are they doing that? And that's what we factor into bill, because I have to be able to provide to the other cities, which I've done if they've asked.
Right.
Here's the actual cost for us to provide this service, and here's your portion of ridership. Here's your portion of the bill.
Yeah, so, and I understand that. I want to be fair with our member cities. I'm not here to gouge them, but just, absolutely. Yes, if we're adding services that benefit them, they should pay for it.
Now, just to clarify, this here is not really an added service in terms of the senior center. that's a coverage thing when, like, vacations, sick, whatever, that we have some of them helping. The problem what we're facing is because we limit them, or we essentially say, okay, that 1.5 in budget, essentially what that means is you can take these 3 or 4 people that you have, you cannot go over 60 hours a week for these people, because budgetarily that's what we've budgeted for them. And so what it happens if, for all of our other needs, for the night facilities, out at the old dome for like the art, those types of things going on, in the end what happens is, if we're out of hours for them to help us, then we send Todd or Trevor or Derek to drive the bus. That's what's happening, and that's why we're saying this would also help, because then we could have that person help drive the bus versus our facilities manager driving the bus, because our facility maintenance worker, who also is the bus driver, ended up needing to take a day off or whatever it may be.
How often do we feel like that's happening?
So I can address that. So right now, we have Corey, and Corey works Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Tuesday, every other Friday, and every other Saturday. A Saturday shift could be a 12-hour shift, sometimes a 14-hour shift. So if you start to do the math, say we had 3 reservations at the Dome, so Thursday night, Friday night, and a 12-hour shift on Saturday, we have 14 hours over here on a Saturday, plus Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's more than the 60-hour allotment. So that's where we need some extra help, is to be able to have those 3 employees spread it out a little more evenly. So it's hard to answer your question when it comes to how often is this happening, because we only have 1 other employee that can drive the bus right now because of health issues with other employees. And the rate that we pay our night people is significantly less. So it's a cost savings, because it would sometimes move Derek, Trevor, or Todd into an overtime situation to drive the bus when our night facilities person's wage is significantly less.
That's helpful. And then the other question I had is, so we charge fees for use of city facilities. Theoretically, those fees cover the cost of that. Is this calculated into that, or what does that look like?
You may recall that we drastically dropped our fees about 6-8 months ago for residents. No, we're not covering our costs. Now, would we normally put that into our calculation? Absolutely. I don't want to say we're going to do that right away, because the focus right now is specifically on the water fees, but I think we do need to be looking at all of our fees. Some of our fees have not been touched in close to a decade, if not longer, and others that have been touched, but they've gone a different direction.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have a question. So does the bus driver have to have more than a driver's license? Does they have to have like a special? They just said driver's license. We're good.
Yeah, but I mean, they've got to be able to feel comfortable also wanting to drive
a bus.
Yeah, and then obviously they're helping some citizens that need help getting in and out, stuff like that.
So that is correct. They do not need a CDL. However, because of the increased use of our Riverton Senior Center between Bluffdale, Riverton, and Harriman, we are making multiple trips.
Okay.
So we don't just do 1 trip, and when those 13 riders are on, then we're done. We're making sometimes 2, depending if it's a big event, day 3. And some of this all ties back to the very beginning when the senior center was built.
Ooh.
The contract said that Riverton City will provide transportation.
Okay. Thank you.
Can we renegotiate that with the county?
It would be nice. We've already renegotiated once to help with the facility maintenance, because the cost of them doing all the preventive maintenance well exceeded what they said it was going to every single year. So we renegotiated that, so now we take care of all of that at a significant savings to the city. Just a little history. So, there was an LDS church over where the senior center sits now. UDOT was widening the road, and so we were losing the senior center across the street, which was Riverton City's original city hall. Because of that, Mayor Applegarth met with Mayor Caroon to get us expedited on their schedule, because we were nowhere on their schedule. So in exchange, we have a very interesting contract. We gave them the dirt and some money so that our residents in the southwest quadrant of the county had a place to go. So can we renegotiate it? That would be, I believe, mayor to mayor at that level of change in the contract, but I could be misspeaking.
Okay. Yeah, I guess my recommendation is I think we do need to look at renegotiating that. That agreement with Applegarth was almost 20 years old, I think.
That is correct.
And circumstances have changed, the use of Bluffdale and Harriman, and I just think we're under different operating things. Otherwise, the county can take it over and maintain the whole thing. I mean, I'm not, you know, I think they should. If it's their facility, why are they putting it on our back to take care of it and maintain it when it's a county-wide facility? They don't do that with the Harriman Jail, Sorensen, or any of the other county facilities. Anyway, that's just my recommendation, is we look at trying to work with the county.
They're going to have extra money coming in.
I did have one question, sorry, not on this piece, but on the you don't have to go back on the slides, but just on the animal shelter tech, why is it proposed to come out of the general fund as opposed to the police fund?
It's a great question because when we built the RLISA, it's law enforcement.
Yeah.
I don't know that we built into it animal control that way.
No, we never did. I mean, we could, but remember right now the general fund's still subsidizing, so all it would mean is we could move it over there, and then we're just going to have to increase the subsidy or raise taxes.
Yeah, no, I understand. I just was curious because right now we're using police resources, and so in theory it would save police resources.
I understand that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to throw out a comment, and I appreciate you bringing that out, Councilmember Pucci. Obviously, we are going to have to look at our LISA and funding in the future. And I think we should put the animal shelter in police, and that would, I mean, the reality is interfacing with the public, particularly with animals, requires good trained officers who know what they're doing versus just an average city employee. I don't foresee, and Chief, you can speak up, I just don't foresee another department that's going to have the trained personnel capable of dealing with emotional residents as well as our LISA. And so my opinion, Council, is we ought to move it under that budget and then address the costs with it in that budget increase, because we need trained personnel in that position, in my opinion. Because it's, again, you're dealing with a very emotional, point.
You may recall from one of the previous meetings we mentioned that we're trying to do just that, and we're trying to create more of a focus of putting things in the right spot. And then remember we talked about street lighting, where the intent there, we're planning on moving that into C roads because that's where we feel it belongs. And then from there we start looking at, okay, revenues and all that. I guess right now I'm going to come and look for maybe at least some nodding, because then we can give finance the direction to go ahead and move animal control into the 120, which is the police operations fund. Is there a consensus there?
Well, I mean, if we're calling it a police operation, which it is, I mean, it's a law enforcement function with the power to issue citations, and it's reporting through the police department, correct?
Yeah.
I just see it as a budgeting distinction we're making right now as opposed to an operational distinction.
And I would actually agree with you, council member. We just recently pulled out code versus animal control. That was one of the reasons why we always left them in the general funds, because code you couldn't argue as a police function. It's now separate, so now would be an ideal time to make that distinction if the council so chooses.
Does it impact? Never mind. That answer.
I think we get it in the right area, rather than just shuffle things around. Get it in the right area and let it focus on that one area. We know what money goes and what cost goes there.
We'll do it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other, back to facilities, any other conversations on that?
One last clarification. So we focused a lot of our conversation on the senior center bus aspect of it, but if I'm understanding this role correctly, it's a heck of a lot more than just that.
Yes.
The majority of its time this role would be spent on facility closure or unlocking and after-hour facility maintenance, and the senior bus service is an extra kind of rarity.
Yeah, so we have one position that kind of does that piece of it, but you are correct. every time that anyone has a pavilion rental, they're the ones that go out afterwards and make sure it's prepped for the next person. All of the events, all of the things that we do in our buildings, they're the ones that close it up and make sure that it's clean and ready for the next event, or for us to come in, or whoever to come in.
And I think to your point there, Councilmember Perucci, I think we should look at the fees. Because the fees of the people using those facilities are what should be covering the cost for the people who are there in the evenings and doing the cleanup and stuff. So I think your suggestion in that part of it is I'm very much in support of that.
All right, let's talk water for a minute. So our water department is proposing 2 water distribution operators. The purpose of this position is realistically for preventative maintenance and leak crew. The goal of this is to improve response times to leaks, as well as allow our staff to actually do some preventative maintenance, which we're not able to get to as much of now. Which, if you think about, preventive maintenance on a car, if you can fix a problem before it becomes a problem, you do see savings there, even though that's sometimes hard to quantify. They're recommending 2. The reason why is because of safety protocols and how they divvy out work. They come out in groups of 2s, because if you're climbing into one of those vaults, you have to have a safety harness. I got to experience that as we were looking at our HOA items and actually get to go down into one. You have the safety harness. You need to make sure that you're with someone in there, and it's really to protect our employees. We have had an incident a long time ago with that, and that's just not something we want to go through there. We do provide a little bit of what water department's metrics are for when they like to ask for new employees. They also provided some surrounding agency numbers to kind of give an idea of how many water technicians or distribution operators per connections. In addition, we actually have a CIP project that we'll be discussing when we get into CIP. As part of their training process, they could actually do part of the work. So Carrie is proposing that would actually help fund that this first year, or at least a good portion of it, as they do the work instead of having a third party do it. Last worker was added in 2023. This was added into our long-range plan, but we did not add an employee last year. Even though we did have it on there, we did not bring that forward. And you can kind of see the salary and benefits per person, the one-time equipment per employee, and then the one-time new vehicle, which covers for both of them because they are in a crew and they travel together, and then the cost allocation, which is split between culinary and secondary. So what kind of questions do you guys have on this?
I don't have a question, but I'm going to throw out a comment to council. I think there's a need for these, and I'll tell you why for a couple reasons. Number one, I would rather get ahead of our water line breakages and issues than wait for them to break. When we do get cracks, when we do get breaks, we've got the cost to repair it, but then we've also got the cost of lost water. The other thing we've got to remember is at the end of this year, we will complete our secondary water system, which that's meters, I meant to say, our secondary water meters. That adds a whole nother level of maintenance and possible issues too. And then my experience has been where we've had some in my district, water breakages generally end up costing us as a city because of the damage it creates in yard work. Hopefully we don't get into homes, but I'm just saying there's a preventative aspect here that protects us liability-wise. It's no guarantee, obviously, but that's just, as I look at some of the issues in our city water line aging and stuff like that, I do have a concern of cost savings there.
Plus, Carrie did the city a solid by finding the issue with the water loss, so.
Which, can I actually ask Carrie a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you had had additional employees, would you have found it sooner?
Maybe, yeah, because we would have been having time to actually look at some of these items of where we're losing our water, right? Right now, it's me and Cal doing it. It's not our staff going out because they're busy doing water leaks, they're doing the maintenance and stuff like that. So this was found from Cal and I sitting down and figuring out where is our water loss going. And that's when we dove deep into it. So we're trying to be as innovative as possible. We actually just met with a company that supposedly has a satellite. They can find water on ground. They did it for Mars. I actually meet with Santa Clara next week to
Allegedly.
look at their process and see how it works, but they think they can find leaks ahead of where we would even get them to come up above ground. Again, we're looking at ideas and trying to figure out ways to be innovative and try to figure things out before we lose water.
And I guess again, council, that's kind of to my point, and man, Andy, we're just playing like pure tennis here. But it's kind of the same argument with the animal shelter. Why have I got Carrie out there chasing down water leaks and issues like that versus doing the big stuff that's going to save us big dollars? And so I think it's allowing our properly trained people to be focusing on the proper thing. And I assume you think we landed on the moon too.
Yeah,
so
we did.
We'll talk later about that one, you and your Mars. Okay.
So, and Nick? So just one question. The new vehicle, is a new vehicle really 130 grand for a truck? Is it like a specialized truck?
So it's a full truck. It's got to have a bed and it's got to have a compressor. That's what they do. So it's one of those things that's going to help them pump water. And then it's all the equipment that comes for them that they're going to need for that.
So it is specialized with all the equipment? Okay. It's not like a Duramax 6.2 liter or whatever, like.
No, that's 100,000.
Escalade.
She knows the cost.
Usually you'll
A Raptor for 100,000. Go ahead.
Usually you'll get a chassis and then you'll get a utility body and then a compressor and all of the fun stuff on there.
Okay.
It adds up.
Is this also the ones, or will this help in water leaks and problems with our parks, or is that a different division?
No, this would help with that as well. Obviously, small leaks inside a park that's behind the meter,
Right.
we would help our Parks Department with those, yes. I mean, our whole goal is to stop losing water.
I guess
Whether
what I'm
it's on a
saying is, but we're
resident
getting
side or not.
sprinkler breakage or stuff like that. This is part of that team that would respond and be able to deal with that also.
Yeah, they would respond, and on a small sprinkler break, depending on the size of it, if it was mainline in a park, yes, we would help. If it was sprinkler, we'd just shut the system off and let parks take care of it because they have certain tools and stuff, but yes.
Okay, thank you.
It also, sorry, Councilmember, just back to that one, you'll see in the operational requests, included in the parks budget is going to be some additional controllers that help let us know when water's been running for too long. And did I misspeak on how those work?
No, so over the last couple years, we've been putting in what we call weather track. It's a smart controller. When the wind or that is high, it shuts the system off, so we're not wasting water for no reason. The second phase of that would be a flow control within there. So what that does is if that flow goes above the normal rating, it'll shut a master valve off and let you know that there's a leak within the system.
Excellent.
That's like the second phase of all this, yep.
And again, to me, that's just important, council, because if we're lecturing and educating our residents on water safety and water, nothing's worse than all those calls we get when we've got a geyser going, or we're, and the residents are like, what's going on? You asked me to conserve water and you guys are creating a splash pad. I think there's value in helping a consistent message across the board.
Can we get an estimate on how much one-time funds would be saved from the CIP project from these positions? And then also, just an idea, like, I'm really excited to hear that we'd be able to do more preventative maintenance. Do you mind, not necessarily now, but down the road, quantifying what that looks like? Like, this would mean we'd be able to accomplish X number of preventative maintenance projects this year or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. Currently, we do about 4,000 hours of just routine maintenance on our system. And we would actually go back to going to about 5,000 or 6,000 because we'd actually have a leak crew for that.
That kind of data
and be
really
looking
helps
at future leak stuff, right? And the one-time cost, we believe we can save $300,000 doing this project across the street. It's actually Nichols Lane, the one right behind here, 1615 West. It's about 1,000 feet of main line and about 22 connections and 2 hydrants. So this gives them the training, not only how to dig a main line, how to tie things over, how to do the testing, how to do connections, how to tie on meters, all of it during a training, we'll call it, to save the city the initial $300,000 to help pay for these 2 employees for the first year or 2.
Awesome.
Sweet.
And I think it's also important to be aware of, because we've been talking about the rate study and that the next phase will be coming here in the next couple of meetings, but this anticipated ask was included with the with the consultant, with Sean, with the rate study, as he was putting all of the numbers together and the costs for the system.
Any other questions here? All right, I'm kind of seeing that we're okay, at least looking at it again and keeping that discussion open. So let's talk about police. Police has 3 specific items we're going to talk about today that they're requesting. So the first is the request is to add a step 12 for the police ladder, and we'll look at that ladder here in just a minute. This would change our initial ask. If you go back a lot of slides when we were talking about officers that were at the top of their steps, this would mean that there'd be no officer at the top of the steps because we added another step, right? We would be adding an additional step for sergeants. We'll talk a little bit about this. This was also recommended as part of our benchmark study, and we'll look at the numbers for that. And then the other ask is to reclassify 6 police officers, not new, but to reclassify 6 and make them a corporal, and we would develop a new pay scale for that. So let's talk through those individually. Here's our current step plan. You see it goes up to step 11. You see where the sergeants are there. So the initial ask from our police department, I'm actually going to come back to the other slide, is to add a step 12 in there. And being consistent would be a 4% is what we've kind of done between all the steps there. Here's the benchmark that we did for our police officers at the beginning of the year. You can kind of see where we are to our surrounding agencies. What I will make clear in this is 2 things. Number 1, this is just for police officers. Other cities have master officers, senior officers. This is just for police officers. And we chose them, even if they're like Draper has like officer 1 and 2, we put them all into this scale. But there are some multiple scales that kind of go in here, but we took the top and placed where our top is to kind of give you an idea where we're at. And then we adjusted the scale 2%. Some years departments adjust their scale, some years they don't. We just kind of said on average, looking at where we were CPI, 2%, could be a little high, could be a little low, to kind of give you an idea where they're going to be. Because we're always a year behind when we find out what they did, right? Because we're finding out in July when they passed their budget book, and we're looking at things online going, yep, here's what they did. So you can kind of see where we are under our current, if we left everything flat, and where we would be if we added this new additional step. Some of the reasons for that, we currently have 14 officers that are at step 11, and 4 additional at step 10. So once an officer reaches the top step, they're not eligible for step increases, right? They're only eligible for increases that move the scale. So those would be if we felt that our officers needed a market adjustment, or if there were COLAs given, because those move the scale. So the chief is asking to add that additional 1 step. In context, last year we had several officers at step 11. They were given a one-time incentive like we proposed initially for this year to equal that up to 4%. So we still made them whole, but it didn't move their pay scale up. They started back here at the same rate that they did last year, even though we gave them kind of a one-time incentive there. From a cost standpoint, it's very similar. The only difference is you move the goalpost. So next year we start at 4% higher versus going back down to what they were last year. So you've moved them up there, but we're still going to be at the same spot next year where we have a lot of officers at the top of the step as well that we'll be looking at next year as well.
That was my question. It makes a lot of sense. The rationale makes sense. Where's the line? Like, is there an expectation then that it will happen every year, that we'll just keep adding a step, or?
The expectation is, I mean, for me, when you look at a step plan, and I'm going to speak a little bit to me, and I know that both Chief and Kevin will have comments on it as well. The step plan really should reflect the benchmark. If we're moving a step plan, it's because we're off on our benchmark. You saw the analysis. I'm not saying that this isn't the right decision to make, but I'm saying from a benchmark standpoint, I'm not sure that I see it. However, I also understand that there are a lot of our officers are at the top of our scale. And so trying to find that happy medium, because when we did merit increases last year, we didn't do COLAs. And unless we see a big market adjustment, which we've seen in the past, I don't know that we're going to see that. But the problem is once you move those steps, you have to look at other steps too. And that's the part that comes with the story that we'll talk about even when we get into the other request of a corporal. If you're moving steps, you now got to factor in the sergeants, now you got to factor in a new step as well, and that moves them as well. So
Yeah,
that's
because
that piece.
we want to keep our officers.
Correct.
And those that have got the most experience, we want to keep them, and we want to build a structure. And this step structure is relatively new for Riverton, right?
Absolutely.
It's only been a couple of years, but the intention is to keep the best and brightest, and to incentivize those that have stayed with us to keep staying with us.
Right. And that's why, I mean, even if you look at it, they still got 4% last year, or up to 4%, I should be clear, as a one-time incentive payment. So it's not like they're out that way, but I also understand that it doesn't move them up for retirement when, you know, that piece is there, and that's a concern and a valid one from the chief that he would talk about with you.
I think it's important. You said, where do you draw the line? I think it's important to note that when we come here looking at this ask, the chief's ask for the additional step here, in nowhere are we saying that each year are we going to ask for an additional step. And in fact, to the contrary, the chief and I wanted to be very clear, even with those officers, that if this step 12 is approved, we're not going with step 13 and then step 14 and step 15. Now, there might be COLAs or market adjustments that will need to happen in future years, but in fact, we talked about it and we said we want to be very clear that everybody understands, the officers understand, this will be the max officers. And if you get to this step 12, that's it. Just like right now, step 11 is it. And I fully acknowledge that there could be a time 2-3 years from now, because of benchmarks, we might come to you saying, we think we might need to. I just don't anticipate that, especially looking at the benchmark, and also because, as Nick just brought up, the whole compression issue, because we're talking about potentially some corporals. Where are we in sergeants versus the officers? You don't want to have officers making the exact same rate as a sergeant, so you've got some compression, so you really kind of have to have that line in the sand, and I would say this is probably it.
I've got
is that a fair statement, Chief?
Very much so. I just want to add, as far as I want to be transparent with our staff. The incentive check was great last year, and I appreciate that, but it did not help with their URS retirement. One thing that I want to really focus on is being transparent with a meeting and a memo explaining to them, we're going to this step plan if approved, obviously, but this moving forward, you only see COLA in your retirement contributions. But the biggest thing is I want the platform to know we explained it to you, this is where it ends. And kind of moving on with the position that I'm requesting as well. I'll talk about that later. So.
Yeah, 2 questions here. The first question is, if we have 14 officers at the highest step, does that mean they're all close to retirement age? And if so, does that mean we're going to have a really big hiring shift for entry level here a couple years down the road?
Well, I'll speak and then you can if you want, Chief. Sorry, I shouldn't, but I will. It depends. When we hire them in at a step based on their experience. So you may come from a different city and have 11, 12 years experience and come in close to the top of that scale. Be with us a year or two and you're at the top. So it really does depend upon it. The URS retirement for police officers is a little bit better in terms of the number of years it requires to get to that point. So there are some that come, but we still have relatively young officers as well that just have been in the service for 10, 11 years. And that's what we bring them in at because of that service level.
So out of the 39, we have the 14. Retention's very important to me, so succession. As far as the retention aspect of it, providing that transparency with that new step, we're going to keep those guys that have the time. And a lot of them, when they've hit that step 11 where they currently are, they still may have 2-3 years before they can retire. But I want to motivate them to stay here because the market's not like it used to be. So that's my whole objective on this request.
No, thank you. That's perfect. And then the last question, as the new guy, just figuring out if we do this increase, this comes from the service area fees. There's no other area this increase can come from.
When we talk about increases, we're going to have the conversation about how to fund, right? And either that's going to come from there, or we're going to have to look at a different source.
The general fund is currently subsidizing
a portion.
this area.
Yeah, so the we could go a little bit deeper, I think, than even Nick wanted to right now, but at a very high level because Councilmember McDougall brought it up. Our Lisa is needing some help also. We've talked about the two funds that need help, water and our Lisa, okay?
And we'll see it at the end too.
Yeah, and we'll see it at the end. Our Lisa this comes out of our Lisa, so that's your taxing. So, but the big question is, if the city council does not want to raise property taxes this year, which by the way, I don't think anybody's proposing that this year. I want to be very clear because people are listening to this meeting. That means we got to talk about increasing the subsidy from the general fund.
Which I think, and I've talked about this several times in other meetings, of all of the different subsidization that we're doing from the general fund to other funds, there is a valid argument, in my opinion, to be made for police and fire to be paid for in part by sales tax dollars, because public safety impacts sales tax dollars. And so of all of the efforts that we have done with it from a budgeting standpoint, that's the one that I'm the most comfortable with as having a balance. And it's just a question of how many pulls do we have on the general fund. That's my opinion, but I think that I'm more comfortable with that than others that we have done historically.
And I absolutely echo that. And as we've had this discussion, that's been one of the points is police is something that generally affects the general population at large. So it makes sense that those funds should come from the general fund versus water, and those things can largely be based on usage. Yeah. And people can have some control over what that bill is going to be, where the police you can't. One question I just have is, as we're talking different steps and different, corporals and stuff like that, do we have like kind of a net dollar? Because like you're saying, if we increase this, it affects this, and then it affects this, and I'm just not as bright as my fellow council members to figure out where that's all going versus being able to see, hey, this is what we're looking at net dollar-wise.
If we went back to the original slide that I gave, when we talked about 4% for everyone, that was built into there. So you're talking for the whole city, about 392,000 if I remember correctly. And part of that is going to be police as well.
So you're saying if we do a 4% increase in the police, that's going to cover the step change and all of these different corporals?
The only thing it wouldn't cover is it's not going to cover the corporals, because when I talk about that, we are still benchmarking that. And then the question becomes what you want to do here, because that will, and I'll show you.
Okay, if I'm jumping the gun, then I'll be patient.
No, you can go back. Yeah. Oh, sorry, you're good. Thank you. But yeah, we'll grab that here in just a minute, council member.
I have a basic question.
Yeah, please.
So when we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, am I to understand that's basically like year 1, year 2, roughly, or not necessarily? Is it just based on merit, or okay, you've done a good job?
So if they come in with 1 year experience in another agency or equivalent, we'll start you at that tier, and that's
year 1. So it's basically kind of year 1, year 10, and then you tap out at 11, but now we're looking at tapping out at 12. Okay. Yep.
So I'm going to move on because I want to have the broader conversation. I think we need to bring in all the pieces to this for a minute. So let's talk about the sergeants for a minute. When we did their benchmark, as you can see, their benchmark is a little off comparative to other cities. Our starting, with the exception of Harriman, we are starting lower, and then we don't come out as high as some of the other cities do. Our HR group, as well as the chief, are recommending that we kind of address this year one way, and we'll have to look at it again next year, which would be to change their step plan. So they're currently S1, S2, S3 with a 50, 52, 54. We would remove the bottom step, and we would add a step 3 with another 4%, which would, again, here take us, if you look, puts us a little bit closer to that average spot. If you look at the very bottom, that's where we are currently. That's where it would take us in comparison to these other cities around us. And be a little bit more in that competitive range. There's going to be no additional costs this year for this one, because as we move people, we're going to move it based off their rate. So if I was at $52, I would go to the $52 in the step plan, not automatically move to the same step. So whatever step increase we give would be the only additional cost here, but it would add a tier for the future for them. And I believe that would bring that closer into the benchmarking here. So I will answer questions if you have them on that one. I'm going to come back to corporals because this is the other piece that comes into all of this. So the recommendation here is to reclassify 6 police officers to corporals. The goal is to help with succession planning, growth and development, and would be a requirement for them to become a sergeant, so they kind of be those people that you'd be pulling from for your next sergeant. This would require testing. There is a test and merit and performance aspect to it. They would help with, being shift supervisors, some training, helping with some critical events, approving reports, all in that preparation step. These would not be new hired positions, meaning we're adding to the FTE count. It's existing. It would just be reclassifying those. This is the part that we're at right here, where we kind of want to get overall guidance and conversation. As we talk about, we need to look at benchmarking this. Obviously, it's in between a police officer and a sergeant, and trying to find that sweet spot for it. And you can kind of see my problem either way a little bit, right? If you look at where our current officers are, where our new step would be, and then where our sergeants are, that middle ground would be kind of those stepping stones. And so what I want to make kind of clear as we look at this, even if we didn't do 4%, which I'm not proposing we do for like a corporal, if we created this plan, if we did lesser steps, it's likely going to mean we're going to have to do some shifting to the sergeant, which is going to shift some of those cost increase up there as well. So I do put in there that this will mean some future increases by committing to do this position, simply because of that compression that Kevin talked about a little bit here. But there's just not, you want some distinction. How much we can talk about, but you want some distinction. You still want people to go for sergeant. You want people to go for this position. So we would actually have to redo some of these tables if we decide to do this for next year. I don't know that I'd have it for this budget year. We would recommend, even if we added these positions, their rate wouldn't change this year, and then we would come back with some changes for future for it. So I'll leave that now, because now you got the whole picture all together, and for questions and answers for you guys.
Yeah, so I want to make sure I'm understanding. I'm dense.
No,
So
this is like a couple pieces.
So adding the step 12, you're saying will shift, that'll add another step,
okay.
But then also shifting the sergeant steps, the gap between the proposed new step and the starting sergeant salary is such a small gap
it's
that
5%.
Putting a corporal in the middle of that doesn't, like that number is probably not going to make a lot of sense. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's going to be difficult to figure that out, because what do? Do you do 1%? Is that worth it?
So
do you do 2%? So it's that middle ground of trying to incentivize them, at the same point making it meaningful that they're taking on additional responsibilities and compensating them for that, while not completely upsetting both sides of that structure.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, we want our officers to stay. We want to incentivize longevity with our police department, and we want them to know that they're valued and taken care of. Does it make sense to do the corporal and sergeant structure and hold off on the step 12 to see if that addresses that? I'm honestly curious. I'm not saying I want to go that direction. I'm curious, like,
That's a question to him.
Do you feel like that fixes it, or?
As far as the corporal position, I'll touch on that. I've been faced with an officer that's been out on a sergeant who's been out on medical for 4 months. It could go 6 months. I'm actually using administrative staff to cover his position. That's a deputy chief that's working this position. I had some other things worked out, but I had to go that route to make sure we had 24/7 coverage, because it's a big liability if we don't have it. So I started thinking out of the box. Because we have sergeants who go on vacation, they call in sick, we have to identify an officer in charge, but they're taking on responsibilities they're not really equipped for. I believe in succession, a training atmosphere to improve them, so when they're supervising a crew, they can do it, and it kind of limits the liability. So as far as to answer your question, as a whole, I think that I would pursue the step 12 to begin with, but I'm just asking and requesting for that gap as well, so we have the coverage. I want to accommodate the 14 that would be eligible for that 12, more so than 6, but also to have the ace in the hole to kind of retain those individuals later on as well.
Do you envision
an aspect of it?
I really appreciate that, Chief, and that's helpful. And I like the outside of the box thinking. I think it makes sense to, like, for me, I leave a job if I don't see a path forward. I like growth, and so I understand the desire to have paths forward for people to grow. Do you think that those that are at the top of the scale right now, most of them will pursue the corporal roles, or where do you envision the corporals being pulled from in that scale?
I truly believe a lot of those individuals that are in the 14 count will pursue it, but the cutoff, we have some experienced people just shy of the topped out step 11 that would be quality as well. So it would be open to them as well.
Okay.
One other thing to just highlight, remember at the beginning Nick mentioned, we're kind of bringing everything to you. It's entirely possible that there could be a thought process of not step 12, but do the corporal, or do step 12, not the corporal, or, I mean, there's so many different iterations, especially as we keep, because again, we're bringing you in the loop through the building of the budget. And so when everything starts getting thrown in and the operations, as Nick gets to that point, that we want to, you all to have the same or similar info that we have, so that when we get into the next few meetings, we're going to start really diving into more of the, let's talk about this function or this ask or that ask or whatever.
I apologize to keep talking, but I just, one thought I have on this. I really appreciate this dialogue, and I think it's easy for us to take each piece as a council and say, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Where it's going to be really important for us as a council is to take the totality of what we've been told and then say, can this work in an actual, like a full budget? And that's going to, so I really appreciate this discussion, but I'm really and it's important and valuable, but I'm looking forward to having the full picture, because then we're going to have to make the hard decisions.
Welcome to the budget every year, right?
Yeah.
And the beauty of building this way is then when you look at that budget, you're going to actually have good knowledge beneath those numbers you're looking at, and it can ask really good, hard questions.
Anything else?
Sorry, how many, I know it's in the number, I just wonder, how many corporals are we looking to create?
6.
6
That I think would be enough for each of the shifts. Is that, am I?
You'd have one for investigations, and then you'd have 5 for patrol.
Cool.
Thank you. Is that it? Or I don't want to.
I'm just going to quickly cruise through my last ones, because I know we've taken some great discussion, so I don't ever want to say I've taken up time, because it really is worthwhile discussion. What this tells you, when you look at big pictures as we make choices, this is how those wages and benefits translate to our non-capital expenditures, okay? So when we talk about the general fund, when we talk about our wages and benefits, it's a chunk. Same with police, same with secondary. Culinary is a little less because you've got the big water purchase that we have to get from Jordan Valley, right? So this is just putting into big picture context of overall, when we look at, as we're making these decisions, why this is such a big piece of our puzzle as we talk about and we build that block. Here's where we would talk about, we're building our budget, and we've now taken the positions, all of them, even though we may still make changes. This is not final, but this is giving you a context of all these changes coming in. This is where you are. Right? We'll add in operating and debt service next time. And then we'll start talking about what's there for capital. The one thing I will bring to your attention, I mean, because it's the one in there that kind of stands out, was that Riverton Police Operations. So this is after our transfers. This is just current year revenues, though. This isn't fund balance. This isn't anything else. This is just covering current year costs. But I think this is the part that every meeting, as we do these things and we talk about it, we're going to build them. And then as we start talking about changes, we're going to start looking at how that impacts these numbers, right? And we'll build in fund balance as well. Last thing I want to talk about is our meeting calendar schedule. We made a small change. So March 17th, it was our beginning for CIP and long range plan. We're actually going to change that slightly. We're going to have Sean back out to conclude or start working through our water rates more in depth, and that'll be the bulk of that meeting. We're also going to start talking about what you're kind of saying, Councilmember Perucci. We've brought everything here, but we also recognize, just as in every budget, we're going to have to start talking about some of those choices. And we're going to come with different ideas and proposals and things that we're seeing and what we're considering and recommending at that time as well, to kind of kick off that conversation. Because we also need to know how much money we're going to have to talk about CIP, because at the end of the day, we have to have a funding source for it. Some of that comes from what we have in our water funds, what we have to give from the general fund, and what maybe we need to talk about how we're going to pay for some other stuff if we want to do them. So this is where we are in our budget calendar, and I look forward to our next meeting. Is there any questions or anything else I can conclude with?
Thank you, everyone, very much. That was a great, robust discussion. I propose that we allow Mr. Castle to come forward and talk about EV stations so he doesn't have to stay, and then we'll defer
We'll get
the
through that
flow,
quickly.
which is not a crisis, to another time.
I was going to stay anyway.
Oh,
There's some
you
other
were-
things coming
okay.
on, so. But I'll only be 5 minutes. I can't be that long. I am up here today to ask for council's feedback on whether they support free or pay-as-you-go EV charging stations. And I've got a few slides to help walk you through where we are with this program. Back in fall of '23, we submitted an application to the Carbon Reduction Program administered by the Wasatch Front Regional Council for funds to put in 3 to 4 EV charging stations out in our parking lot. The estimated construction cost is about $425,000. We need to provide $40,000 to support that. In the application, I did indicate that that these stations will be free to the public. Next slide. So what does that mean? And just a little background on EV charging stations. There's 3 levels of charging. There's level 1, level 2, and the fast charge. And what I did here was I didn't give you information on level 1. Level 2, and these are numbers that come from Rocky Mountain Power, on an estimated yearly cost would be almost $4,000 to run a level 2 charging station. This is for a single one. This is for all 4 of them. So this is the total cost to run 3 to 4 of them. The biggest part of this fee is that $1 Rocky Mountain fee per connection. Every time a car hooks up to that charging station, Rocky Mountain charges $1. So that's the biggest brunt of the level 2 cost. Also looked at the fast charge. I thought that was the edge of the new innovation and what it would take to do that. And it is extremely expensive. The fast charge can recharge your car in 42 minutes, but at a huge cost. It's $20,820 to charge the number of vehicles that we have anticipated. And I need to tell you a little bit what that is. When I did the application, I assumed that we would have 10 cars looking to be charged 300 days a year, so 3,000 vehicles would be charged on a yearly basis, potentially at these charging stations. I don't know how good that number that is. Just as the population grows and more EV cars or electronic vehicles are out there on the road, we figure that will go up, but probably not see that at today's level. So my recommendation is that we go with the level 2 EV charging stations, have them for free, monitor the first year of usage, and then if we see that it's not in the ballpark of where we want it to be, start making some changes. For instance, we could only charge for the first hour, turn the stations off at night so someone's not parking in there over evening time or overnight time, trying to recharge their vehicle, and negotiate with Rocky Mountain Power on lower charges. Those charges that I showed up there were actually, I believe there are discounts for municipalities, so I thought I saw something where it was not 8 cents per kilowatt hours, but 5 or 6 cents would change it a little bit, but you know, we could talk with Rocky Mountain Power and play around with those numbers. Questions? That's what I have.
Feedback, opinions? I will say I'm in favor of your recommendation to go with the level 2, but not the supercharge.
Yes.
And see how it goes this year.
Question, does the city own any electric vehicles?
No, we do not, but our Public Works Director would love it if we started putting some into our fleet.
And just to add on to that, we actually did make an application to put charging stations at Public Works. The program has been moved to another state department, not to Wasatch Front Regional Council, And so we've been reaching out to them to see if we can make another application for those.
And if you can go back to the first slide, 425,000. So does Wasatch Front Regional Council cover the remaining after we match the 40?
They, after we provide the 40,000 match, they provide the 385,000 to get to 425.
And there hasn't been a decision yet on placement. We've got a picture there, obviously, but some of that will be dependent on infrastructure once we get ready to.
Do we know what we run? How much do we pay in fuel per year? Like if we started pulling in some electric vehicles for public works and things like that, is it savings or is it just net across the board? Or
I actually did those calculations, and I don't have them with me. For public works, it's pretty substantial savings in fuel.
Is it?
Just comparison of my driving my car compared to a not electric car, I save about $3,500 in gas every year. And that's after paying my power bill.
3,500.
Charging at your house, not here at the city?
Not yet.
Well, he's going to, once we get this, he's going to start charging here.
How many are you going to save with that?
Matt, I mean, I'm supportive of us doing your recommendation, although I would say the first hour is free and then charge after that in order to allow for them to still charge after hours.
Right.
I think it's a city service that people, they may need it in a pinch, and if they're willing to pay for more than the first hour, I'm okay with it running after hours if that's not going to be a major.
You mean like if they leave it here overnight and want to charge here versus their house, or?
If they're paying for it, I'm okay with it.
Usually,
if they're paying for it.
Usually when you have an EV station, it's a perk, right? It's like in front of Target or it's in front of a hotel, and they charge, when they let them do it free, it's because you're staying at their hotel or things like that.
Right.
And so this is like a city, we're I don't know, it's not like they're going to buy a candy bar from us, you know what I mean? If they go and charge for an hour. So it's like, in a way, we're taking away from the free market, building it, you know, so we're just doing 3 or 4 stations, right? But I would say overall, I don't want to compete with free market to have other businesses get money from doing that, because I feel like you're saying, first hour free, and then beyond that, I think we should charge them to recoup what we had to put into it, because we're always hurting for money. And if we're letting people stay here for free, when they, you know, my kids go around until they can find the gas station that gives them free air. And so I feel like that's kind of the same way. Like, is everyone just going to come to Riverton City because it's free instead of going and get their candy bar? You know what I mean? That's what I'm throwing out there.
To your point, like I would assume it's rare for somebody to spend more than an hour at City Hall.
That's what I'm hoping. Yeah, it's just you're just coming in and you're charging. It's not like you're at Beaver and you need to charge because you're not going to be able to make it to St. George. You're just charging. You have a vehicle that needs to charge, so you're doing it. So you're an hour, you're doing your business, then you're leaving. Is that what the point is?
And that's kind of what we're thinking the pattern's going to be, is you're not going to see them every day. But if we have an event at the community center, or we have council or planning commission meetings here, that you may have people show up. We have towns days where it will probably be used all weekend long, but then nothing for the rest of the month.
Yeah.
So we know it's going to be up and down. And one of the things we did do our research on was we are a bit of a desert in the southwest corner of the county. There are not very many here, whereas you go in some other sections of the city, they are pretty abundant.
Yeah, I was looking around all EV stations near me all weekend. EV stations near me, and there's not one currently that I could see, right, in Riverton? But I was like, oh, they're at a business where if they're charging, if it's free, it's because they're hoping that they'll buy something at the business. So I started thinking about my kids always trying to get their free air, you know. And so yeah, so you're basically saying it's for people who are coming to talk to the city, spend time in the city, they're getting their free charge and then going on. Okay.
And the hope was too, with the library, the senior center,
Gotcha.
the playground, some of the other services and things that are available on this campus,
nearby,
that they could benefit from that as well.
Yeah, EV stations aren't generally a destination point for charging. Most people are going to plug in at home, and it's just so simple to do now. It charges overnight. But I think your proposal is a good one. We don't need to go the rapid charge. The cost is greater. They do actually have them. The hospital has EV stations, but they're largely staff who are using them or people who are going in for a quick hour or two, and that's what we'll see here. The people who will use this will be the library, senior center, and employees here. No one's going to be driving here. And if someone wants to and charge all night, then most people won't leave their car for that reason. They've got a charger at home that they're going to be doing it. So I don't think we should be accepting the additional burden of a rapid charge station. So I would just do your recommendation.
Do you know, Councilmember McDougall, how many stations there are? I didn't even know the hospital had them.
The hospital has 4 stations, and they do the same thing you're talking about where, well, they've got a different program. You can pay for it, or you can have the no, I think they have up to 8 stations, isn't it, Carrie?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how many, but my wife's, she works at IHC as well, and the first half hour, or first 4 hours of the day is free to workers, and then the second half hour to switch workers kind of deal. It's more for the workers there is what they offer it for. If not, it's charged.
So, yeah.
Any other conversation, comments on this topic?
No, you don't need to hear this
Great.
conversation.
Did you get enough of feedback
I
for
did,
that?
thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, let's entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Roll call? You want roll call?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, he did. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Are we moving town-based float
You know,
into
The more I was thinking about it,
regular
though,
session?
it might be nice to do an employee perk and say,
Yeah, like IHC is
It's time
doing
to
it.
sell
I
that
think
thing,
you're
the
right.
Rammy-Umpty.
I think we should tell Matt. I agree with you.
is there a way to like let employees put in like a code or something to
Create
get 2 hours free or something
Yeah,
like that? I don't know.
that would be great. Now, tell me about the medallion.
I would love to get, how many am I allowed to get?
Welcome, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. It's 7 o'clock, so let's start our city council meeting. We appreciate all council members that are here and accounted for, and all of our department heads are here, and we appreciate those of you in the audience. Thank you for coming. We will start our meeting with a prayer by Bishop Michael Anderson.
Our Heavenly Father, we pause for a moment to give Thee thanks for the privilege and blessing it is to live and work and play in this beautiful corner of Thy vineyard, for this place we call home. We're so grateful for our system of government and for the divinely inspired rights and responsibilities we have, and the privilege it is to be here tonight to assemble and together. We pray Thy blessing upon the women and the men of this city council, that they can be inspired and led by Thee to serve in wisdom and humility. And we pray that all of us might be more concerned about doing what is right than being right. We pray, Father, for the youth of this area. We love them. We pray them for Thy guidance and protection as they are our future. We likewise pray for the downtrodden, and we pray that our actions may reflect our ability to always give help and hope. For these things we pray and ask Thy blessing and Thy peace to be upon this meeting, and do so in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much. If you will now all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Chief Taylor will lead us.
Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll move on to the citizen comment portion of the meeting. I am asking every citizen that's going to speak to fill out a card. I have two. One from Dave Mobley and one from Megan Mitchell. Is there anyone else in the audience that wants to speak? Okay, great. Dave, we'll start with you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I stood before you recently to discuss the disruptions that we've seen in our streets, from the ISAL blockades to the No Kings rhetoric. I want to take just a moment to thank you. You recognize the safety of the Riverton families and that it's not a bargaining chip to be traded with professional agitators. But we need to talk about why this happened in the first place and why it actually hasn't gone away. Just because the streets are clear, what we witnessed wasn't a spontaneous outpouring of local concern. It was a textbook application of color revolution tactics. These are orchestrated efforts to destabilize local authority by creating managed chaos that exhausts the public and demoralizes leadership. The No Kings slogan is particularly revealing. It reveals a subversion tactic, labeling a democratically elected city council as tyrants to justify lawlessness. It's a joke, frankly. These individuals scream about tyranny while standing on the sidewalk we paved, protected by the very police they want to abolish. By the way, No Kings 3.0 is coming March 28th. That is their next national day of action, so be prepared for that. I've identified no less than 13 groups that are involved with this, 2 of which are nationals that have local chapters here. And I want to be very clear, they and their supporters are civic parasites. They contribute nothing to the tax base or the social fabric of Riverton. Instead, they attempt to feed off the peace they want. They attempt to feed off our peace. They want freedom to block Redwood Road, but they expect an ambulance to be able to get through if they have an emergency. They want to ice out federal law enforcement, but they'll be the first to call 911 when their utopian experiments inevitably spiral into the disorder we see in cities like Portland and Seattle. Do not be fooled by their current silence. In the Color Revolution playbook, when the street phase fails to intimidate the government, the movement enters into the institutional phase. They will stop shouting at the corners and they will start whispering in the hallways. They will try to infiltrate our citizen committees. They will show up at city council meetings and school board meetings. They will look for soft policy changes, small, seemingly harmless tweaks to our city ordinances that quietly decouple Riverton from our state and federal partners. Their goal is to create a sanctuary for their ideology by eroding the very structures that keep this community grounded and safe. They are looking for a weak link in this council. They are waiting for you to get tired of the nonsense so they can slip through the cracks. My message to you tonight is clear. Do not give them an inch. We aren't interested in being a laboratory for radical social experiments. We aren't interested in no kings. We have a representative republic, and we expect it to be defended. Continue to back our law enforcement, continue our federal partnerships, and most importantly, continue to treat these protests not as legitimate grievances, but as the performative subversion they are. Let's keep Riverton a place where the law isn't just a suggestion, and where the silent majority doesn't have to worry about the loudest, most unproductive voices in the room. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Megan?
Hi. Okay, I am here to speak a little about our collaboration with ICE. Now that we have a new mayor and new council, men and women, congratulations, I was hoping that this issue would be addressed. I am not in support of collaboration with ICE, but what really concerns me is how it came to be. We live in a city where the policies are based on a city council vote. Our mayor unilaterally created this collaboration with ICE without getting the opinion or support of the city council or any of us residents. In the past, you've sent out surveys asking us about what playground equipment to put in our local parks, or we've had lots of discussions on what to do with this skate park, and I love this collaboration. I love that you reach out and want to hear what the residents think. This is how government should work. You should be doing things for the residents and hopefully in collaboration with the residents, or at least with the council members who the residents have voted in. The collaboration with ICE was not done through any of these channels. I have read the bylaws of Riverton, the codes 10/3B/302, and I could not find anywhere where it gives the mayor power to make a unilateral decision without the support of other elected leaders. I was hoping with our new leadership in place, we would go back to this issue. I know we probably all do not agree on lots of political issues, but I think we do agree that our country is stronger when we follow the laws and when we go through the right policies and procedures. Of course, I will be a little disappointed if we do this and we still collaborate with ICE, but I will feel much better knowing that it was done through the proper channels. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to mayor council reports. We'll start here in the middle with me, I think, and we'll go to the right and then to the left. And my report is really quite simple. I have been very, very involved in the UFA budgeting process. We have had some very difficult meetings as we look at what the budget should look like in the coming year. And I have been very involved in the legislative session, the bills, over 900 of them now. Many of them will impact our city. And so between all that information, it's all swirling around up here in my head. And I can't give you a conclusion except that there's an awful lot going on right now that's keeping me very busy. And now we'll move to Councilmember Perucci. Oh, yes, I'd love to.
Biggest item, we just wrapped up our most recent Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District Board meeting. There are two items that have a special impact on the city, two policies that are being considered. One is a policy that would basically reinforce the current budgeting strategy for the district, where the district pays for its water pays for its budget with a mixture of water fees and then property taxes. And so the plan that the district has put forward is to basically put in a policy that kind of stabilizes that policy or that revenue structure. I have some concerns, and I've brought those up in those meetings. Most of my concerns are that we're subsidizing the true cost of water with property taxes, and so it's been an interesting discussion. That'll continue. And then the other impact is they're looking at a policy that would trigger when there are large developments that take place within the district boundaries and require those projects to bring the necessary water to the district or pay for that water. It's a little messy on how that policy will be implemented, and that's why it's still an ongoing discussion, because currently when a development takes place, that developer has to get an agreement or gets the approval through the city level. The district is considering some level of district approval or district involvement in that development process. And so naturally, those of us that serve in city capacities are pushing the district to consider how to work with member agencies, aka Riverton and other cities, to navigate this policy in a way that just is consistent with current practices while taking into account the need to have large developments really be aware of their water impacts and pay for their water impacts. So more to come. Those are still in draft phase, but that was the big part of our discussion. Also, the Colorado River agreement, there was not an agreement met. So we are now.
No, what a surprise.
We are now under a Department of Interior rules.
Yes,
So.
yes. Thank you. That's an important update. Thank you. Councilmember Smith?
Okay, I have 5 points. The first ribbon cutting I went to was the Stephen Kellogg Barber, and I got cookies for everybody, but then I ate them because they were sitting in my car, so I can give you the $10 off for your haircut. Sorry, Councilmember Heyman. But I did go to another ribbon cutting for Renova, and so this one, the Kellogg, his barber is at Mountain View Village, by the way, so we can frequent his business. And then Renova is a mental health business that opened up off of 126 above my dentist's office, and I thought it was interesting to hear that they help people that have been trafficked, and once they're free, they actually have to do a lot of healing, and so that's one of the aspects that they focused on. I was really appreciative to learn that. Went to the art, not your, I can't remember what the art.
Not your parents.
Not your parents' art.
Show.
And that was really fun to see. A lot of the stop motion where the water's dropping down for the students was amazing, really amazing. I encourage you to go see that if you haven't. And also want to commend the water department because there was a leak 2 streets above my house on a Saturday, and I got a call at 9 o'clock. They were already on it, and I think I looked at my phone, by 1 o'clock it was fixed and gravel was put over and taken care of. So I want to commend Public Works for that. And lastly, I've been sworn in on the mosquito abatement, and I've learned as a member there, and I will abate those mosquitoes. And I also found out that because of the less water this year, that we will have less mosquitoes, but because of the smaller pools of water, the disease might go up a little bit. So that's my report for mosquito abatement.
And the type of mosquitoes are more dangerous.
Super interesting.
Which is
thank you.
An inverse belief that you would have. Yep.
Yeah, right.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember McDougall.
I won't be having my meeting till this Thursday, so I'll report next time.
Okay, looking forward to it. Councilmember Heyman?
I met with the sewer district this morning, and so most of my update comes in item number 16B, but everything is going well with the sewer district. Just so we're aware, we did just do a $2 increase to the sewer fee here that went effective here in January. And so far, 0 to minimal complaints over that. Of course, we find Netflix has demonstrated that if you do small fees increases over time to, keep up with expense and inflation and so forth, people, aren't concerned as when you do a 15 or a 20% increase in fees. And so the sewer district, in preparing for the addition of the sewer and a lot of other projects we have going on, they've got, it's over a $300 million project that they're working on. I think if we tell you everything the sewer district's working on, it approaches almost $600 million. And right now, the Jordan Basin Improvement District is, I believe we are, if not the lowest, we are like the second lowest sewer payment within the state. And so we do very well there, but that will be going up. And then lastly, I also want to comment on last Saturday, so not last Saturday, a week ago this last Saturday, 2 weeks ago, I attended the, I forget what it was called, but it was the dance that the city held. And they had, I brought my wife, and they had some teachers there to teach you how to dance, in case you don't know how, and none of us knew how. And it was an absolute blast. We had a live band, the Riverton Jazz Band was there, and it was a great experience. This was our second time we've done that. I believe we're going to be doing it again next year. But really, it was a fantastic experience to come and have a good evening. They had goodies and things like that, but it was a lot of fun. Great music, great teaching to learn how to dance, and even if you have zero talent in dancing, like myself.
Thank you. One other additional comment I thought of when you were speaking about sewer. Our sewer district also is one of the most progressive, one of the most up-to-date plants.
The plant style that they have down there is a membrane plant versus an open basin style plant like you see farther up in Salt Lake and down in Pleasant Grove and stuff. And the membrane allows for a lot less smells, smaller footprint, and a faster process. But really, it's like, if you guys have seen those, you've heard of the life straws that you can put in the stream and suck water through the straw and have clean water. That's kind of how the sewer plant works, just on a much larger scale.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. It's an honor to serve. Earlier, a couple weeks ago, I was invited to speak at the Seventh-day Adventist Church in West Jordan. They wanted a civic leader to come and talk about how they can serve their cities. So it was awesome. Although they were in West Jordan, they do want to do a service project in Riverton. And I just think it's cool to see young people wanting to take place and participate in serving their city. Next, Mayor Baroker, Councilman Heyman McDougall, and I held our first skate park subcommittee, where we heard from residents on what they'd like to see from the newly built skate park that we're working on. I had a chance to talk with several of these people one-on-one, and a lot of them, it was the first time they've ever been involved with Riverton City. So it's cool we're getting some new residents in to see their input on what they want to see the future of our city to be. I was appointed as a board member of the South Valley Chamber of Commerce. They recently had their Chamber State of the Union, where they showcased just all the good work they've done this last fiscal year. I was also appointed to the Jordan River Commission as a board member. I had a good experience getting to know other board members at that meeting, as well as just what we can do as a city, and with a seat on the Board of Governors, what we can do to provide better recreation opportunities and increase usage in the Jordan River, because a lot of people don't use it. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the report, and thank you for the report on the skate park. I had forgotten about that, so I appreciate it. Okay, we will move on to presentations. Our first presentation is from our Communications Department. Mr. Nate Slack, please. This appears to be a cooperative presentation.
This is, as you can see, I am not Nate Slack, but I'm going to take a few minutes, and then we're going to let Nate take a few minutes.
Thank you, Brooke.
And we're looking forward to it.
It's a great example of how the Communications Department works, truly.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Mayor, council members, it's a pleasure to be here to talk a little bit about our Communications Department. I am Brooke Bowen, and I am going to take a few minutes and speak a little bit about our Communications Department, and then we'll turn it over to Nate Slack, who'll finish speaking. We are just grateful for this opportunity to take hold of the Communications Departments here at Riverton City and to move forward with it. We're thrilled to do so. Our goal for the Riverton City Communications Department is to create consistent, professional, and engaging messaging to connect the city government with its citizens so that they all know what it is that you're doing and the stewardship that you have and the honor that you take in doing that. And so our community can grow together better. That's what we want to do. We do many things in our department, but today we're just going to speak about a few of them. I'm going to speak a little bit about our newsletter and email capabilities, and then we'll turn the time over to Nate, and he'll talk about our social media presence, but it's definitely not all we do in our communications department. First off, in January 2026, with a new mayor in, we created a new newsletter. And if you look up here on the screen, you can see these two newsletters. The one on the left with the blue bar on the top is our old one, and the one on the right is our new one. The new one was designed with a new name. We call it the Riverton Insider, and the idea is to give our residents an inside look at what's happening in our city government. It was designed and set up to be a little more user-friendly, a little more readability, and a lot more on the front page and above the fold that people can read to get engaged more. But beneath each main photo, there's some key subpoints that people can read, and the idea is to help them get more and more engaged in that process. And we're looking forward to getting that out. Currently, we print these newsletters, and they go in the utility bill. Before that, we used to put it in the center section of the newspaper. And we are currently looking at other more cost-effective methods and better ways to get that message out to everybody. Here we have two primary ways to get the message out to our residents. One is through social media, and the other is through our email. And the main difference between these two is social media is a very broad broadcast. We get the message out to lots of people, lots of eyeballs see it, but it's more of a shotgun approach, and we get it out to everywhere. Where the email is a very specific targeted list. These are people who have signed up to receive that email, and we produce that and send that to them. Those signups come through utility bill signups. They come through registrations for activities and events they have. And we also promote just ways to connect with Riverton City. And so they can connect with us and they get their name on that list. That list is valuable. It is our most effective tool that we have. It's the system that we use currently to distribute the email newsletter so everybody can get connected with that, and we put it there, mail it out, and then we also put it on our social media channels so people can see it from both ways and connect. Currently, we have about 37,800 contacts in our email, and they're broken into different categories such as businesses, general, city staff, elected officials, and so forth, so we can select a very specific list and get that delivered to who we need to. When we send an email to someone and they open that email, that's called an open rate. And so the industry average is only 26%. And there's a lot of people that are very proud to get a 26% open rate. Riverton City's is 60%. We're more than double what the industry standard is. And that's because the content is good and it's delivered well, and people want to be engaged with this, with our city council, our mayor, or what we're doing here in City Hall, and what's going on out. It's just a wonderful thing. They love it. Our email utilization, however, has not been as effective as it could be. And if we can look up here, I picked a 29-month range. In the past, up to May 2023, and then from May 2023 to currently. If you look at that original set from December 20th till May 23, we sent 1.8 million emails out. And then from May 23 till October 25, 29 months later, we sent 775,000 emails out. It's a decrease of over 1 million email contacts. It's a 134% decrease in the connections. So our plan as a communications team is to get together to bring those numbers right back where we were pre-2023 and to move forward and improve and make it even better. We cover everything in these newsletters. It's a wonderful thing to have. There's different topics that we can send out email-wise. The plan moving forward is that we're going to send out one email at the beginning of the month that highlights the newsletter, and then in mid-month we'll send out another email to that list that highlights things that are pertinent, time-sensitive to that email. to that original email as well as anything new. We also have the ability to send topic-specific ones. For example, coming up, we have our Easter event taking place at the park, and we'll send it out to all the businesses in Riverton City, giving them an opportunity to come and be a part of that event. We are just looking forward to moving forward with our communications department and grateful for the opportunity. Any questions you have for me on what I've discussed before we turn the time over to Nate to talk about our social media?
Councilmember Perucci has a question.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all you do, Brooke, and all that you do, Nate. You know, we really depend on you guys for a lot, whether it's helping us to communicate what we're doing, helping to drive attendance, participation at city events, helping to communicate in times of emergencies. You guys do a lot for the city, so thank you for your service. On the communications, on the emails in particular, are we able to target communications to a council district or to a specific section of the city?
Not currently. What we can do is we can just contact based on the list that we have pulled in.
Okay.
But we
Is
can't.
there a plan to possibly boil it down or like kind of target it? Because what I'm thinking about is like when we do district-specific or even like region-specific discussions about an issue, whether it's like a town hall with a couple of council members or some issue that pops up in one part of the city that's only relevant to that part of the city. Is that something that
Yes.
could be possible?
What can be done is what we can do is we can go in and create through other means a list of people and then import that list in and then get it distributed. But as an ongoing, like Council District 1, we can send an email to everybody in Council District 1 on a regular basis. We don't really have that kind of setup for it. I think to do that, you would probably have to go back through everyone that signed up and find out where they live in the district and do it that way.
Cool. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
Okay,
Nate?
wonderful. Nate?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I hope you guys like numbers because we have some more. So if you want to hit next. All right, so this is our digital content overview. Shows basically everything, that all the trends that we've had over the last 5 years for the website, all of our social media, YouTube, email opens that Brooke talked about, and then also our text alerts. So our text alerts are nice because kind of like the 60% open rate that we have for emails, obviously the text open rate is going to be 100%. We typically reserve that for emergencies only, so that was something that we used when we had the Domino's incident last year. We've used a little bit for that for marketing. So back in 2022 when we sent out 348,000 text messages, we would send out a text a day of Friday Fun Nights just to remind people, hey, Friday Fun Nights this night at 5 o'clock. We're going to be showing this movie. This band is going to be performing. And it's just kind of a good way to keep city events on top of minds, especially on weekends when things can get kind of hectic and you just forget about it. If you want to hit next. So the light green and the light red is basically just a trend. So if it is green, there's been an increase year over year. If it's red, it's been a decrease. Some of the numbers we don't have. So the text alerts, for example, I just wanted to point out, we used to use a service called mobile text alerts. We realized that the texts just weren't coming through. So we didn't know if it was a Verizon issue or a T-Mobile issue, and luckily at the time we had T-Mobile, Verizon, and I think Casey had a different provider, and none of us were getting the text messages. So that obviously wasn't working. We decided to drop it. It took a couple of years to find a good replacement, and the bad thing about that is for the email contacts, it can be really easy to build it up pretty fast because we can take utility bills and we can manually input those into our own contact list because we have implied consent. So that's okay for emails. For text messages, it requires express consent. So we can't just take their phone numbers and then upload it into our system. They have to flat out say, yes, I want to receive text message alerts. So that's why that number's dropped. You want to hit one more? So like Brooke said, our two main focuses are on social media and our email, just because the social media can blast out really big. So think for our half marathon races where it's not only for Riverton residents, it's open to everybody. That's a really good way to just kind of invite the masses. For things that are specific to the city, email typically works best. Our social media numbers have done really well. I can't quite explain the jump from 654,000 views on Facebook in 2024 to 10.8 million views in 2025. I've done a lot of research on it. Best I can find is that Facebook changed their algorithm. So that's for Facebook and Instagram. They changed their algorithm. They decided that there was kind of, they said political fatigue. And so they would shelter city governments from being able to reach as many people as they could have otherwise. Apparently that's been lifted, and it kind of shows in the 654 to 10.8 million. So those numbers have grown. The emails, as Brooke stated, that's decreased quite a bit. I think with the newsletters that we're sending out monthly, and then also sending out that additional email on the 15th of each month is a good tool. One additional thing about the emails is we have a good open rate because Constant Contact has a cool feature as well where you can send an email, and if it's not opened within a 2-day period, you can have it resent to the people who haven't opened up the email. So we kind of like poke them until they open up our email. But it's a good way for us to make contact to residents. Social media changes. It's interesting to run a social media for a government, like a city government, because you're competing against funny videos of cats and of the Olympics and things that people are interested in. Typically, people aren't super passionate about their local government, and so it's kind of a constant battle to gain their attention. And so one thing that Brooke suggested is we have a blue ribbon at the bottom of each of our posts now on social media. So for those people who are just kind of scrolling quickly, they can notice that there's a blue stripe, and that'll be something that they'll know is from Riverton City. So whether it's an invitation for Miss Riverton event or upcoming city events, notice that the city offices are going to be closed for President's Day. It's just an easy way for us to be able to show, hey, this is from Riverton City. Don't swipe too fast because you're going to miss some information. But our biggest goal going forward with social media is just we're going to have fewer posts. Typically, I've been posting about 3 or 4 times every single day, Monday through Friday, for the last 3 years. And I think that's just, it's a little much. So we're going to have fewer posts. They're going to be a little more strategic. They're also going to be more community focused. And so we've been doing that on Facebook in particular the last couple of weeks. We have a lot of cool stories that come up in the media. We had one last week of a boy at, I think it was Oker Hills Middle School, who was passing out roses to all the girls in the school. And so we shared that on our Facebook, and it's just kind of a good way to say, hey, this is something cool that's happening in Riverton. And then the last one is just the consolidating messaging. So we have a lot of good community classes. The problem is that if we promote each of our community classes individually, it turns out to be a lot. So an example of this is instead of posting each of the community classes of beginner sewing and yoga and evil scientist, we'll just be posting about community classes, and then in the caption we'll talk about which ones are available. We'll make sure to have the pictures of the beginning sewing class so people can see it and know what it is, but it'll just be fewer posts. As far as our social media goes, we've worked really hard over the last few years to grow our following. So Facebook, we currently have, I like to say that we have the #1 in the valley. I don't think it's technically true because Facebook doesn't show you exactly how many followers you have. It's to the nearest thousands. So Harriman technically only has 22,000. West Jordan has 22,000. We have 22,080. So more likely than not, we're #3, but that's not as fun to put #3, so I put #1. Instagram, we're doing really good. And then just collectively, all of our social medias, we have 37,000 followers across the board. And one graphic I didn't put up here was, one thing we look at is the percentage of people following us versus the percentage of people in the population. And in terms of followers to population size, we're #1 in the valley, and it's not particularly close. So it's, and this is just kind of for you guys. It's a good way to know what network works for which demographics. So Facebook and YouTube across the board are best for pretty much everybody. TikTok and Snapchat are better for youth, which is probably pretty obvious. And then X/Twitter, that's more of a niche thing. So if you want timely information, that's a really good platform. But as far as our things go, Facebook and Instagram for sure are the priorities for the city. That's it. Any questions for me?
Councilmember Heyman.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you very much for the report. This is fantastic to see, and I'm very excited to hear what you guys want to do to build up and really put some power behind the communications department. That Facebook stuff, that huge jump, was that just election year chatter?
I don't know what it was, to be honest. I've looked at it really hard. The only thing I can find is that they just lifted some of the restrictions that were there previously for whatever reason. I kept seeing people saying election fatigue, but political fatigue, but to have that big of a jump, I don't really know. Our numbers so far through January and February, we're at 800,000. So we seem to be on par to break that 10.8 million. But I really don't know.
Yeah. Well, great work, both of you. Great job. Very excited.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Nate. Thank you, Brooke. I love the idea of being more community focused in our outreach. We live in an amazing community with amazing residents. I think it's time we start highlighting some of the stories here. So thank you so much. I'm excited to see where this goes.
Thanks.
Thank you both very much for the presentations. Thank you for your enthusiasm and your dedication to your jobs. It's very appreciated. Okay, we'll move on to a transportation master plan. And at the outset, I will just make sure and repeat the transportation master plan. So this is part of our entire master plan development.
It is. And this is more in the way of a brief update, but there is an important question that I'll have at the end. As you'll recall, we have had our consulting team that is managing this process for us. They've visited with the council a couple of times now. This most recent update, they have completed the survey that they worked with our communications department to get out just a couple of examples, some of the questions and data that they got from that. There'll be more information that's coming your way on that. But really, as far as the results, they've produced a very brief video. I'll show it here in just a sec. There's no sound, just so we know. But if they haven't already, they're going to be providing that to our communications department to put out on social media, get the results of that, the survey, some of the things that were important to the public. And I'll show that, and then really the question for tonight, in the schedule, we have a public event coming up to review the master plan, go over some of the survey results, some of the data that they produced, and there's a question for the council on how we do that, but let me show their video, our video, just briefly. And part of the reason there's no sound, I know that just feels wrong to have that playing, and there's, was to make it easier to post on social media and to keep the size of the video down. So for that spring public event, the initial plan as we went through the schedule was for an open house style. That event will go through certainly not just the survey results, but the project list, the different things that the master transportation plan is proposing and forecasting, giving the public, elected officials, and everyone in attendance the opportunity to comment. We had an open house at the beginning of this process, and the staff to resident ratio was about 10 to 1. It is always difficult, especially when the topic is more broad than narrow, to get that kind of face-to-face engagement. So our consultants had brought another alternative as an example, and you've seen these kinds of things. It would be an interactive website map and this is not interactive, I'm sorry, but where the master transportation plan, the project list, the roadway classification, all those things, and this is an example from Cedar City and Enoch, would be presented in website form. People could click on each of the individual spots, projects that have some more information pop up, and most importantly, can leave comments and reactions. Very similar to Wasatch Front Regional Council has utilized this kind of system. It's a way for us to both get more public input because it allows us to make it available over a period of time rather than a single event. Also in a way that maybe more people are comfortable with. Our consultants, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Matt, technically there wasn't going to be a great deal of difficulty in putting this together. I don't believe so. So certainly this is not in any way a question to kind of keep from having to do a face-to-face event, but just the level of attendances tend to be poor, and sometimes it can be difficult on the spot for people to absorb all the information that's being presented, comment, and then move on to other things. So this would be a way to, again, get the word out more broadly. As you just heard from our communications department, they have a great track record, for spreading the word. And I will say this, the question that we kind of started with was an in-person event or the public comment map. If you'll notice on the slide, I changed it to and/or. We certainly can do both, but we put a lot of time and effort, and especially funding, into that last open house event as far as printing materials. Should the council, even if you say, nope, let's do an in-person event, we would probably still look at utilizing some of that online technology to guide people that way. But really, the purpose is to hear from the council how you would like us to proceed with that next step.
Okay, Councilmember Perucci.
Thank you. I appreciate all that work. I'd like to do both. And the reason being is, of course, I want to see more people come to these events. I think it's important. I don't think the numbers matter, but they're not the only reason to do them. The reason to do them is to provide the forum, and I appreciate but I would like us to do it further west. So the last one we did was here in City Hall. I'd like to do it somewhere more central within the city. Would be my recommendation. I know that we don't have a lot of city space to do events like that, but I think that spreading out where we do this could potentially change the dynamics of who shows up.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith?
I echo that. I would also like to see a hybrid of, I know with our social media, we could probably blast it in a way, figure out the most effective way to blast it. So they can, if people want to stay at home and they want to look at, and I can't remember if we were talking, could they just look at it anytime they wanted, or a certain fixed time if they were going to look on it on social media?
It would be a fixed window of time over perhaps a week.
Okay.
We don't want to drag it out too long so that we can get results, but yeah, it wouldn't be you have one day. We'd make sure it was a window of time that was appropriate for people.
So maybe if through the communications department we know, okay, we have the week, it's clear they have a week, but then, we have, I don't know how hard it is to set up and break down if you have one here and one further west. I don't know. Those are just some ideas. I don't know what's the least cost effective, but I would love to see a hybrid of both as well.
I would just add, I think there's some merit to this. I'm going to say it ironically, but I think if you can start with a provocative question, then that will allow more residents to feel like, oh, that's something I want to go to because I have an opinion about that. And there are provocative questions throughout our city.
BYU, Utah?
Those kinds of things,
Those kinds of questions.
Exactly.
We'll start there.
Any other comments from any other council members? Okay, council member, please, go ahead.
No, if there was a question,
Councilmember McDougall.
Yeah, I would echo Councilmember Perucci's comment. I don't know if we can maybe find some space in Mountain View Village or somewhere out there. And I assume that Kevin and I are like simpatico, and so he was probably thinking the exact same thing.
You always have C.R. Hamilton.
Yeah, we do have C.R. Hamilton, so
Right.
yes, we'll
C.R. Hamilton. And then just, I guess, I don't know that we need to do individual districts, if we're not getting the attendance, we just combo up. But yeah, I think for the west side, it'd be nice. We'll get better attendance if it's located a little bit
And I think with that, we'll work with, again, with our communications department, get some QR codes and things that we can both at that meeting have available, as well as providing to the council to give out to residents or on your social media feeds, that type of thing.
My only comment would be is I'd want to start with this one first and then see what the feedback is getting, because I think that will drive the provocative question of what's on citizens' minds. So I like the idea of doing this and then stepping into our in-person meetings.
It's a great suggestion.
Councilmember Heyman.
I will second what Troy just said. Do this first, see what we get, and then feed into the public. I think it's great meeting with the public, have everyone come, but it's funner when the public attends. And staff's great. We like hanging out with staff, but it's nice to have public there.
Agreed.
And if I could very briefly,
Please.
while we're on the subject of master plans, just a quick update on our general plan process, which is the land use focused portion of that. As much of the council, hopefully all of the council is aware, the last several years we have had the strategic priorities document, which the council established goals and priorities for a variety of categories within the city. Those are also typically part of a general plan. We've kind of operated under the strategic priorities document. With this general plan process update, the thought was to kind of split that. A lot of the goals and priorities in that document had to do with finance and personnel and other things. We would kind of divide those off. So our next step really will be to get some of the updates and input on the land use related strategic priorities, because those do form the foundation for a lot of the land use decisions that we make, especially now as the city is kind of transitioning to infill, fewer large developments and more dealing with and maintaining some of the growth that we've seen. So I put homework on the screen because we're going to be getting some information out to the council, kind of separating out the land use categories. I think a lot of the existing priorities and goals will, I was going to say roll over, that's not the right word, but will be ones that the council may want to continue with. So we'll start there. I'll be getting some information out to you this week, kind of as a homework worksheet to make sure you're familiar with some of those past goals. We can start getting some input on which of those we'll want to use, how we'll want to modify them, and that would be for a March work session discussion. We also, through our transportation master plan, have some good information on the 126 South corridor, and information that I want to proceed a little carefully with, but we asked our consultant to speculate, I'll say it that way, on some of the future impacts along that corridor from widening and some of the other proposals. It'll give us an opportunity to see how the available land along the corridor may be affected. The reason I say we want to be really cautious is it is speculative. We don't want to start any immediate concerns of whose property may be affected how, but definitely relative to our land use discussion, both in the short and in the long term. So we'll be bringing that to you as well, and then we'll be looking, and the reason I say March, April for a joint City Council PC work session, I'd spoken with the mayor briefly about having Wasatch Front Regional Council and some others involved in that process. We want to be able to coordinate timing with them. So we'll be moving forward with those steps. But the next thing to watch out for will be that strategic priorities. I'll get that documentation out to you and some emails for that upcoming discussion.
And just to clarify, that presentation with Wasatch Front Regional Council, I don't want it to really be a presentation. I want it to be more of an interactive, bringing one of their experts out to help us as we try to problem solve. What are we going to do on 12600 and some of those other things, to have some other feedback. And I would like to add that it can be a very small portion of the discussion, but we should also add Redwood Road to that discussion.
Yes, and I apologize. The reason 126 was on there was because of that information. And this was just within the last week or so that our consultant brought it to us. So yes, we certainly will be discussing other areas of the city. That is one we'll have a very focused discussion on just because of some of the widening questions.
Correct.
And thank you. That presentation was not the correct choice of words. My apologies.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much. And a good reminder for me. Any comments or questions from the staff, council. All right, let's move on to Chief Taylor, and while he's coming up, I'm going to try and repeat this story that I read in the report. If I get it wrong, you can correct me, but I do really enjoy reading the shift reports, and in a recent one, one of the police officers talked about how they'd gotten a phone call from a family that was concerned about someone that was up here in Riverton, and they were walking around. They were making an effort to go and see their child, and they'd been walking for about 10 hours out in the cold.
Yep.
And our police department found them, picked them up, and got them to a safe place. And I like to think that's what our police department spends a lot of time doing. So thank you.
We do, and we enjoy that opportunity to help the community for sure. I appreciate you sharing that. Mayor, Council, thanks for the opportunity tonight. I'm going to kind of talk about some basic activity trends. I'm going to have some comparables with August through December, also 2022 through 2025. At the end of the year, I'm going to have a presentation that will discuss from 2019 to present time of violent and nonviolent crimes that I'll present to you at that time. But kind of going into the basic items that I'm presenting tonight, kind of the key takeaways. Calls for service peaked in 2023 and have declined since. Moving on, the arrest activity fluctuates year to year. Property crime trends downward in 2025, and proactive enforcement declined in 2025 due to funding. Just to touch on that last item, when I talk about funding, that's state funding. That's for the DUI shifts, and speed enforcement is the monies that we receive from them. It kind of declined, but we're starting to improve a little bit with them. So hopefully in the near future, we'll have the funding to continue the speed enforcement on the hot spots and the DUI shifts. Next slide, please. We'll start off with the calls for service trend. 2022, these just focus on August through December on these individual years. 2022 was 7,840. 2023 went up to 9,015. 2024, we were 8,956, and then we had a slight decline in 7,689. Next slide, please. The highest volume was in 2023, and 24 through 25 showed a reduction. It kind of reflects the overall workload and demands. The total property crimes, once again, the comparables, 22, 307, 23, 278, 2024, 255 to 2025 was 191. Just to touch, we can go back, I just want to touch on this slide a little bit with the property crimes. I kind of go through the hot maps, heat maps, and I kind of identify areas, and that's why you'll see the decline here off the initial reports in response to property crimes. I'll provide extra patrols on those areas, so we've hit those areas with a higher police presence, and that's why you'll see that decline there. So once the information arrives to me, then I actually analyze it and come up with the best service possible for the community. And that's why you'll see the decline on the property crimes. The calls for service trend, obviously, we kind of discussed that. Sorry, I kind of have the property crimes trending decline 22 through 25, 37.8% overall decline. The trend is positive during this period, and it's kind of what I talked about as well. I just won't focus on my notes because I kind of got them messed up here. Next slide, please. Talking about the total jail booking arrest, August through December, again, in the same years comparable. 2022, there were 47, 23, 47, 24, 50. And to touch on 2025, you'll see the increase of jail bookings. This is to kind of safeguard victims in these cases where it's kind of been emphasis that I've been asking the officers, instead of giving a citation, that we book those individuals so they go through the jail process. That way, there's a jail release agreement which says you cannot return. I'm just talking about domestic violence cases. Next slide. We've already discussed that, and obviously it's influenced by a mix of enforcement activities. We emphasize on the bookings for public safety and truly identifying the individuals that are going to jail. Next slide. As far as the citation arrests, you can kind of see 2022 there was 175, 23 there were 396, and 2024 335, and going back to 2025 is 249. Next slide, please. It's there's a variation year to year, and it's influenced by statutes and officer discretion. But some of these are bookings with instead of giving somebody a formal information with a citation to appear in court, it's influenced by state statute. It might be a Class A or higher that we book, and it's screened with the district attorney's office. So that's where that shows the decline there. Traffic stops, it's kind of similar in nature. 2022, there was 1613, 23, 2406. 24, there was 1924, and 2025, 1035. Next slide, please. There's a noticeable decline in 2025, but closely tied to available enforcement funding going back to the state with speed enforcement and getting officers that are on their own time signing up for these extra shifts. That's kind of the baseline on that. So we've increased the funding with the state, and it's just moving forward to receive that. So next slide, please. And then the traffic citation trend. It goes 2022, 956, and 2023, 1,352, 2024. It was 1,243, and then also declined in 2025, and that's based on the funding as well. We have certain funds available for that, but with the decline, that's kind of where we're at. Next slide, please. It mirrors the traffic stop trend, significant reduction in 2025. Also, we've been focusing on the hotspot areas, the heat maps, as far as our enforcement. So we're still trying to be positive in what we're doing. Next slide, please. Utah Highway Patrol, just to kind of touch on this, the safety office discontinued speed enforcements for overtime. We've already talked about that. The decision was outside Riverton PD's control. Reduced funding hours directly impacted our totals that we've discussed already. Next slide, please. And then also the conclusion. Overall activity levels are stabilizing. Trends are monitored. Council will be kept up on and informed. But basically, like I was talking about the annual report that I'll present at the end of the year, I'll discuss more of the violent and nonviolent crimes, and it'll be very specific to things that we deal with daily. Is there any questions that council and mayor have?
Thank you so much. One thing I really appreciate about this report is that not only do you give the statistic, but then you evaluate it and give reasons why and what good things you're doing in your department to reduce rates. So I appreciate that. And one other comment I have from just reading the reports is, you know, those repeat offenders, it could be two couples that have repeated domestic violence issues in their home.
Correct.
So that can really skew your statistic. Okay, we have lots of council members that want to weigh in. I'm sorry I didn't notice the order, so I'm going to start with Councilmember McDougall.
Yeah, property, you talked about the property decline. Does that include vehicles? Are vehicles considered part of personal property?
It does. I mean, as far as the uptick with vehicle burglaries, we've had that. But it's going back to the heat maps and me analyzing them and making sure we're having higher presence in the area, especially in 2025. I've really taken it serious to watch those heat maps so I can put the officers in the area. And that's why you're seeing the decline. But yes, you would have the vehicle burglaries, the exterior of homes and so forth.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just the reason I bring it up, I remember there was a time period where we were just struggling with vehicle burglaries. We were trying to educate the public. So I think it's a great, you know, testament to your abilities that we've seen the decline in that, because I know that was quite a big problem, particularly in my area where we were having issues. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Perucci.
Thank you, Mayor. And Chief, thank you for everything you do and for all that your officers do. It's really appreciated. You mentioned there was some state funding that was shifted. Was that due to the Highway Patrol covering Bangerter Highway, or what was that tied to?
We hit the extra funding for DUIs and speed enforcement. As far as the previous commissioner, I'm not sure how he allocated those monies.
Okay.
With the new commissioner, it's coming back in play to where it can be funded. And our officers take it very serious, so if they're very active, the DPS will send us more monies. So 1 month you might have 12 months, but if they see that we're very positive in our traffic enforcement, they'll give us up to 32 DUI shifts and speed enforcement shifts as well.
Okay, so
there
they're
is an increase.
reinstating it now?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so the decrease in crime is positive, and it matches a national trend. I just read an article recently about that there's record low homicide rates and a bunch of other crime stats nationally. But what do you attribute that decrease from the peak in 23 to now locally?
As far as the decrease, like I mentioned on previous with traffic and everything, I have been analyzing the data that I look at every day. And I've honestly, when I presented the upticks in those crimes, what can I do better? Yeah. And so as far as administration, we've been focusing on those areas. So our residents don't have to be victims. And that's what we're trying to accomplish. And I will continue to do it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. You know, I'm a big fan of RPD, and I am so grateful that everything has gone down. This is amazing, super encouraging. I feel like it's a really safe city. And I just want to circle back because I didn't know if I caught the stat, because everything's gone down, crime's gone down, property damage has gone down, but then the bookings went up, and did I understand it was because kind of the repeat offenders? Or I'm not sure I caught it, so just explain it.
You're talking about the jail bookings.
Yeah, the jail bookings, yeah.
Yeah. So the jail bookings, I've been focusing on that because there is a liability if we don't book an individual.
Yeah.
Past tense, they would give a citation if it was a Class B or under and release them and have them sign a jail release agreement at that point saying they won't go back to the homes. These are domestics that I'm talking about. But the increased liability I'm not willing to take on, so I want them to go to jail. And there's other things that are influencing that as well. If I have an individual I can't identify, they go to jail, and the jail won't release them until they actually identify them.
Right. Yeah, that's so interesting.
So that's why we have the increase on the jail bookings.
That makes sense, and it makes it sounds like a safer. It gives you time to figure out who they are, and also, is the jail here? I don't even know where the jail is.
Yeah, Salt Lake County Jail, 3300 South.
I'm like,
and 7th West.
And that's probably good that I don't know where the jail is.
That's really good.
I was like, where is the jail?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Haymond.
I'll echo what the other council members have said as well. Thank you very much, Chief, for you and all that the officers do. Just wanted to make note that historic drop that we've seen in crime. We have the lowest homicide rate since 1900. So the lowest rate in the last 126 years has hit here within the last year. And just great to see that happening here within locally, but also nationally as well and so forth. So keep up the good work. Whatever you're doing, it's working really well, even throughout the nation. So
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chief, very much.
Appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Anyone have any items they would like to have removed? I'm not seeing any lights, so I'll assume everybody's comfortable. Could we have a motion? Okay, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda. A second? I'll second. Councilmember Perucci seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, consent agenda stands approved. We'll now move on to the discussion action items. Grant discussion. Harry.
Yeah, I can just come up there, actually.
That would be excellent. It's easier to throw our paper airplanes if you come up to the front.
As part of the consent agenda.
Do you have the slide by chance? Do you have the slides? Yeah, I did. Not, yeah, well, he's pulling that up. Just to give you guys a rough background on grant stuff. We have a grant administrator that works in Public Works under Stacy and I. He goes through and just kind of looks at all the grants and see what's out there, does the research, keywords, all that stuff. But there's a lot of other people here that deal with grants. Like Shane, he does some, Cheryl does some, Stacy, myself, Matt. We're always working on new grants that are out there and everything like that. Although he's the grant administrator, so we'll send him email after email. Hey, did you see this? Hey, did you see this? And he'll go start researching it. So with that, is the first part of the cycle of the grants, right, is research. He goes through, and we actually have a free software that we work with LexiPol, and they have a free software where we can kind of just go and do a quick search on what kind of grants we're looking for. Federal grants, state grants, community grants, private organizational grants, and they range from $1,000 to millions of dollars. So once we find something that we're interested in, we go through and try to write and apply for it, right? And that comes a couple things. A lot of the times they're match grants. They could be a 50-50, 80-20, or they could be a 100% grant. What we want to make sure we have ready is one, letters of support. So depending on what grant we're going for, a support letter, we went for one with Burgess Owens' office on a water line, right? And we had support from Jordan Valley, from our streets people, from some council members, from the school districts that are close by, of things like that that support the project. Also, we want, a lot of times when we go for these grants, we want to be what we call shovel ready, right? So that means that we can get going, right? Because sometimes they get monies that they can hand out, but it needs to be spent for a certain amount of time. I know we're working on a grant right now down on the river that, like, it has to be done by a certain time. So Stacy had to really push and put out the project and get it going and get contracts in place and everything like that. So sometimes it's a little bit of a hassle, but that's why we want to be shovel ready when we ask for it so that we can get going. And then we work on schedule of values and timeline on that. And then there's a part of that I didn't write in there, and that's the finance and the areas of reporting. And Nick's and his team does a lot of that, right? Grants they don't just give you the money and say, have a good time. No, we have to report exactly what we're doing, when we're doing it, how much it costs, and Nick's team does a great job with that. And then when it's finalized, we do a final report and wrap things up. In the year in review, here's some of the things that we have gone for or go for almost every year, and these are timelines that they happen, right? And they're from the Wasatch Front Regionals to TRCC, which is county, some community grants. We go through all of these, some police stuff, some water saver stuff, conservation stuff, water efficiency, and things like that. So if you go to the last slide, it'll kind of show you what we've done kind of the last 3 years. As you can see in the light yellow are the ones that we not only applied for, but were approved for. The ones in light red are the ones that we're denied, which we know if we're only getting denied 50%, we're doing pretty good. Most people are lucky to get 1 or 2 grants a year, and we're getting a lot because we have a guy that specializes in it and goes for it and keeps hounding them on it and stuff like that. And this doesn't include all the monies that we've got from like state and legislative, is anything like that at all either. These are just the monies we've got from the grant stuff. So over the past 3 years, we've applied for about $8 million, and we've received close to $2 million. So we're doing pretty good. What we're gonna do, we'll start sending you guys something similar of kind of the grants that are in place, just so you guys are aware kind of what's going on. Or I can do a presentation, slideshow, quarterly, yearly, whatever, just so you guys kind of know what's going on. But if you guys ever see something in your boards that you're on or something about these, I know Andy sends them to me all the time, send them our way. We'll have Nate research it and go that route. And sometimes it's great to get free money, and sometimes it costs us more to get free money. So, okay, that's it. Any questions?
Just a comment, it's just disappointing to see in 2024 that the bocce grant was denied. And 25.
25, it was denied both years.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Mayor. Mayor, do you mind if I just one quick comment?
Yes.
If I could take a moment and thank both Congressman Owens specifically, but also Councilmember Johnson. He was an integral part in helping us when he worked for Congressman Owens and helping us with that $750 that you see there in the Community Project Fund. I don't think we could have gotten it without your help, Councilmember, so thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing that up. Okay, it looks like we have comments. Councilmember McDougal? Whoops, let's start with Councilmember Johnson this time.
Yeah, I just quickly wanted to say I am in full favor of us going out and looking for as many grants as possible, because working in the grant field in a previous capacity, when they're on the table, they're going somewhere.
Yeah.
And whatever we can do as a council to add letters of support, the more the merrier, from seeing applications myself. So count me as an ally to help us get some funds for Riverton.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
I agree with that comment. Councilmember McDougall?
Yeah, first, I think I have to take responsibility. I wrote a letter of not wanting the bocce ball court, and I felt like that has been recognized. I appreciate that. No, I guess just echoing Councilmember Johnson, it was several years ago we made the decision to actually bring an employee in to focus on grants. And I think as we look at the dollar amounts that we've been able to get, that was a great investment. To me, this also, again, just re-echoes our discussion earlier of making sure that we have staff to cover day-to-day operations, because when this stuff gets going crazy, these two need to be able to move very quickly to get access to these grants. And so thank you, and keep up the good work. I've noticed a trend year over year. It looks like we're doubling. So I'll look forward to next year's report of 2.6 million.
Oof, that's going to be tough. We'll get it.
With the bocce ball court still
there
rejected.
are some grants that we get, like we're approved some, but we don't get them till 2030, right?
Right.
There's some of those that are 5 years out. So I'm hoping one of those big ones is next year.
There you go, buddy.
Okay, thank you very much. Now you're going to talk about Jordan
Yeah.
Basin?
Yeah, so I meet every other week with the Jordan Basin Improvement District to go over projects and things going on in the city, or things that are new projects they're doing or we're doing that are going to coincide with each other. One of the big ones right now is 134 South. As you know, it's been a lot. We met last week. They're finally getting close to the intersection of 27th, which is the last leg of the main line that they have to lay. They started up by Bangor because we need to get that done. They got down almost to 27th before the school started. Then they dropped back to 22, and now they're headed up to 27th, and they're almost there. They have two options. One, we can do partial closures within the intersection for a 4-week stretch. And I'll tell you why that will happen. Well, I'll tell you why that's 4 weeks, right? They're deep, 20 or so feet deep, and they can't open up until after school, so 8:30, 9 o'clock. They'll open the hole, get what they can, and have to have it all backfilled and cleaned up before school's out, around 3:30, 4 o'clock. That's just kind of our stipulation. That doesn't mean it'll be perfect, but we're going to try to least impact school as possible. So another option they are willing to do is they'll drop back, start working on some trench patching. Since we've had pretty decent weather, they can do that. They will do a full closure on 27th and 134 during spring break, which there is no school, both the Carrie Sue or all the schools along 27th, and they will have it done in a week time. Those are the two things that they came to us and want to know what we would prefer. So I asked you guys,
Right,
is there any,
so-
we have plenty of time to start putting messaging out one way or the other.
So just to be clear, Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, this is not an executive decision. This is really just you representing what you think your residents would prefer.
Correct.
So we're looking for that kind of feedback. And certainly, Councilmember McDougall, please go ahead.
So what you're saying is the intersection of 134th, 2700, the entire intersection being closed for either a week or partially closed. I guess my concern is that's our access to Walmart. That's so. Are you able to give us what the alternative routes would be?
So they would have
before
to
we make
still
a
give us
decision?
that traffic control plan of where that would be. Currently, 134 is closed from 27th down anyway.
Right.
So the only people now that can use it are coming from Bangor, which they can go around, or coming from 27th. So they would have to hit 126 up to 3600.
But there would be a mitigating traffic. My concern is the traffic flow into the Walmart and into Harriman. That section is a major traffic flow, and that's. But I'm assuming they'll have some way of getting traffic around to those locations.
Yeah, they'll have detour signs up and stuff like that. They haven't given us that detour plan yet because we weren't sure. Obviously, to draw up that plan would be pretty extensive, to set detours back and all that stuff. They have not given us that information yet. They said, what would we prefer? partial closure, which is still going to heavily impact that intersection.
Okay.
I mean, it's going to be flaggers, go one way, next way. It's going to be heavily impacted either way.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that feedback.
Anyone else have a comment before we, please, Mayor, Councilmember Perucci?
Yeah, I just had a question. So how confident are you in their timelines?
The way this project has gone, maybe not so much. And the real reason I say that because they've had delays, and some of that is our water line being in the way or something like that. They did go through 3600 West and 134th in 3 to 4 days, but they didn't have to do a manhole in the middle. But there was also concrete and stuff up there, and UDOT delays and stuff like that. So, do I think it can happen? Yes. But they better get moving one way or the other.
Okay, Councilmember Johnson.
Yeah, when I saw that this was on the agenda, I did my best to outreach the neighborhood that's south of 134th. And the overarching theme I got from these residents was, we don't want a full road shutdown because we've had a shutdown on 134th already and the timeline keeps getting pushed. And another complaint that I've received is if they do a full shutdown, the only roads in that area are neighborhoods.
Yep.
So you're going to create the whole flow of traffic of 134th through residential areas who are already upset about speeding and other issues in these areas. I would not be supportive of a full shutdown because of that reason. I would love to be able to give more information to these residents before this decision is made to say, hey, let's hear what you guys have to say. But I think the overarching theme is, if we have to go through it, we go through it, but when it comes to shutting it down and they get directed in front of our house, people that haven't driven in our neighborhood before, that's where we're going to start to see issues with the residents.
Right. Nope, totally understand. And we would request that those detours aren't signed to go through a neighborhood, but that doesn't mean people aren't going to find their way. It's just what it is.
Councilmember Haymond.
So myself, in talking with people, with constituents, the general feeling is if it's going to be shut down, it's going to screw up things anyways. If it's going to be a partial shutdown, it's still going to screw stuff up because you want to go south, you're going to get forced north. You want to go east, you're going to get forced, whatever. Like you're going to be forced one way or another. It's going to be a mess up. From the sewer district standpoint, it's quite a bit less money to just close it down for a week. If they have to close it for a month, they have to excavate and backfill that trench like 20 plus times to get the same work done they can do with one excavation, one backfill, if they shut it down. And so it's quite problematic to try to keep it open and operate versus just shut it down for a quick, painful week. But again, they're trying to target like you said, the spring break so that travel's minimized. And then if we can work with them to do the detours and stuff, and set those detour notices back far enough that, hey, this road's closed except for local traffic. And therefore, if you need to get, around that intersection, it's best to use Redwood, it's best to use 36 West, it's best to use Bangor or some other alternative rather than we don't want to be pushing everything onto the neighborhoods.
And that's one thing they want this answer, I say sooner than later, so that they can start putting out whatever messaging we need, right? Whether that's putting BMS reports up that are on site that say road closed for 1 week this time, working with our communication teams to send out any information. One way or the other, we need to get some information out to our residents.
Councilmember McDougall.
Yeah, so having gone through this when we shut Bangor down, we worked on this issue, and then the problems we've had on 118th, I would highly recommend we do a one-time shutdown. And this is my reasons why. Number one, it will be during spring break. Knowing a lot of my students, they leave town. And that will diminish a lot of the traffic flow we have there versus you're going to hit the springtime 4 weekends in a row of high traffic if you try and do partial shutdowns. The other aspect to it is if we just do it a week, we can coordinate with chief and try and balance some enforcement in those residential neighborhoods, which is easier to do on a 1 week basis than over a month. It's been my experience, whether it was a partial shutdown or a full shutdown, people still use the residential streets. And so it didn't necessarily help by doing the partial shutdown because people were still backed up. And so what we ended up doing was creating a pain for a month in residential streets versus the 1 week. And again, it's easier to target, and Chief can speak to this, law enforcement for a short period of time than a long. So because they're doing it over spring break, that would be my biggest reason for saying, let's shut it down, get it done while our population is gone for the most part. It will be painful, and I'm sorry about the calls you'll get because I've been there, but it can go quicker in a 7-day period than it does over a month.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. So let me understand, Councilmembers Heyman, it saves money if we shut it down for a painful week. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So it saves money if we shut down for a painful week. My only other question is, if we shut it down for a painful week, then does an increase, I don't know if Chief Taylor knows, is there an increase of accidents? Is it more speeding? I just want to know, like, traffic or danger-wise, is there any kind of increase that, have you noticed, or have we ever done this before?
It's closed for a week. We can maintain speed enforcement, traffic enforcement in the other areas once it's been specified where we need to be as far as the routing of traffic.
That would be my only concern with shutting down for a week, making sure like we're going to keep the neighborhood safe. But if we can get it done, that sounds great, I think.
Councilmember Perucci.
Yeah, my inclination, I just don't trust their timelines. And so I because of that, I would be more supportive of doing a partial shutdown, but it sounds like I'm in minority, but I have a hard time believing it's just going to be a week. And so that's my concern.
Councilmember Johnson.
And to echo exactly what Andy said, that sentiment's true with the people who've already had 134 shut down for longer than they've expected.
Well, I appreciate very much all the experience and feedback you've given to Carrie, and it looks like whichever way you go, you're going to have some people happy and some people very unhappy, but it looks like the preponderance of opinion is to close it for a week.
And I'll have that discussion with the sewer department up front before we give them the go-ahead of it has to be done in 1 week period. If that's 12-hour days, 14-hour days, that is your timeline, no extending it. And that might be something we have to force our hand a little bit on, but I agree. I do think that is the better route for a safety standpoint and just getting rid of traffic for 4 weeks, right? I know it's 1 week, but you're still gonna have a lot of traffic with partial shutdown.
Okay, we have 2 council members that have additional thoughts. Councilmember Heyman.
Yeah, the idea, like if the timeline doesn't work, right? If it's closed for, instead of a week, it's closed for 9 days or 10 days or whatever, right? It'll be the same thing if it goes for a partial shutdown. Instead of a month, it'll be 6 weeks or, so forth. And if we can work with them to make sure, they've got all their materials, everything on site, everything ready to go, right? It's not like we're waiting for stuff to be shipped in from somewhere.
Right, they're pretty much ready to go in the intersection. The reason we would hold off is for the spring break purpose.
Yeah.
They would go back and get some stuff cleaned up on 134, so when it is done, they can open that section of 134 as well.
Yeah, I'm in favor of the week shutdown.
And then just keep in mind, they will have to come back and pave it all, overlay and stuff when it's done. So we will get impacted, but that will be like a breath of fresh air.
That's a temporary day or so.
Correct.
Councilmember McDougall.
Yeah, it's the same thing, and Carrie knows that's what I'm going to bring up, is I found the best way to avoid delays is that they've got those boxes on. The problems we always dealt with was they didn't have the boxes ready prior to. And so with some advance notice and they have everything there, I think you can mitigate delays.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Hicks, Capital Facilities Plan.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, I'm going to stay down here, if that's okay, because I want to use a laser pointer and be able to show a few things. This is a little exciting to start this conversation. This is something that we've kind of had some thoughts and vision of doing it for a while. I want to emphasize, as we dive into this, this is going to be a dynamic document. This is going to be something that we don't anticipate tonight being the final conversation with this. This is going to be a lot of information, We're going to have a lot more discussions throughout the next coming months. Some of this is, in fact, I'm glad we did this as a little bit of a separation from the budget conversation earlier this evening, because although this has budgetary ramifications, this is more of a longer range plan than it is just for this 1 year. And we'll be having more conversations about it as we dive into this fall, as we have some of our strategic planning meetings as well. So I wanted to help you understand a little bit first in some quick background. The impact fee, I write it up here, impact fee CFP. That's specifically, it's an IFFP. And as we get into another slide, we'll talk a little bit more about that. But historically, we've always done impact fee facilities plans. We are required to do them in order to spend impact fee money. The last time we did impact fee facilities plans with corresponding impact fee analyses and then fees associated with them was back in 2018. That's the last time that we've looked at that. Now what happens is with your impact fee facilities plans, for all of the impact fees except for parks, the only way to spend money on those projects and using impact fee money is if the project is included in the IFFP. And so you have to go and redo your IFFP every so often to make sure that it's put on there, and then an analysis has to be done to establish how much of that is considered new growth versus existing growth, and that's how you have impact fees pay for it. Parks is a little bit different in the sense that all you need to do really to get it on there is add amenities. And so with our parks IFFP, that's why we've talked in the past about certain things that we could just add amenities, and that counts as adding to your district. We've also had some non-impact fee type capital facilities plans. Specifically the long-range plan we started about 8 years ago. You may recall that's one where we tried doing about a 5-year look at every moment. That's one where we included operations and staffing as well, and that one sometimes had a little bit of its limitations because we started treating it like a 5-year budget where we started making cuts. And so, as you've heard us say in the past month or so, as we bring and dive deeper into our long-range plan, that's going to be the departments communicating directly with you all. We're not making cuts there. That's going to be literally anything and everything on there, even if we can't get it to balance. Then in the engineering team, they've always had different master planned projects that have always been tracked historically. The goal here with this capital facilities plan that we're doing here, we're going to brand it as the comprehensive capital facilities plan. It's bringing everything in together as one big comprehensive document. So again, this slide here, I already just explained that. Only one other highlight there is a couple of things. Stormwater, currently the way the stormwater impact fee is set up, that's the only area that the district is not the city's boundaries. It's broken out by east of Bangerter and west of Bangerter. As we dive into our next IFFP, we're going to be recommending that the consultant remove that and get it back to just the city boundaries like the rest of all of our districts. And it's also important to understand impact fee funds do have to be spent within 6 years of collection. If you don't spend it, you do have to have plans to spend it, and then you end up having to send it back to the developers if we don't spend it. Again, as I mentioned, the long-range plan, this is already highlights of what I went through. The goal here is that this is going to be more of a dynamic document, but the long-range plan dives into staffing and operational as well, not just capital. And this comprehensive capital facilities plan is specifically focusing on capital. So, as we dive into this thing again, this is something that is going to be a dynamic document. We're looking to get some advice from you all in terms of timing of projects. The preparation for this document is on a calendar year basis because that fits more closely with construction season. The hope here is that this document we will start including in each year's budget book, so that will be part of the approval process, even though it will not be for the budget we're working on right now. Again, this is something that we're going to work over the next 8 to 12 months, and then it would be included in the FY28 budget. So, again, 10-year forward thinking based on calendar year. It's going to be detailed explanation of those different areas, impact fees, external funding, internal city funds. We're focusing on all of the capital needs. The dollar amounts, as you see, are just estimates based on the current year's dollars. What is not included in this comprehensive capital facilities plan, operating or maintenance needs, staffing needs, or needs beyond 10-year period. We are, on our spreadsheets, we do have a spot where we're adding projects that are beyond the 10-year mark so that we at least keep them on our radar so we don't lose sight of them. And then as we go in, add 1 year, we'll pull off the older years and make sure that everything pans out. The facility needs, we're still heavily looking at those. You may recall in the current year's budget, we had some funding to hire a consultant to look at the fire stations. We now have that report. We're going through it with our facilities team as we speak. So not all of those are on the list at this point. So we wanted to just jump right in and share with you at least what we see right now. Now again, these are currently, they're calendar year, not fiscal year. And again, this is where the projects are as of right now. This is something where we also would love feedback from you all, not that we need to do it all tonight, but feedback from you all in terms of timing of projects. Some of the projects are set up where we need to do them based on when we get external funding. Other projects, we're trying to make sure, for example, if we're going to go in and do a big rebuild to a road, we want to make sure if there's any culinary and secondary water lines under that road that need to be replaced, that we do that before we do the road so that we don't look like fools and do one project and then come back in later and then do another project to the same road. But as you can see here, over the next 10 years, this is what your project costs do look like for all of the different projects. The next slide dives into specifically by each of the different sections, the project costs. This shows you what, so Carrie just mentioned some of the external funding and some of the different years that we have. So you can see these are the external funds that we already have been awarded for
Kevin,
these.
can you hold for 1 minute?
Absolutely.
Councilmember Perucci has a question.
So thanks, I appreciate it. Kevin, I know that you're going to go into the project specifics for each subject, but I am just curious, generally speaking, when we're talking about capital projects, when it comes to like transportation, are we talking about signals as well, or is that a separate project? Like signal improvements, is that separate from the capital projects?
Signals as well.
Okay.
Yeah, they're in the transportation one.
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions before I?
I mean, I was asking that, and I'll get to it when you get to that point on the actual projects. I was asking that because my concern about 134th South and the joint intersection that's shared between Riverton and Harriman, and concerns about increased traffic once Target and Trader Joe's opens up, and that's not on the plan right now. So
yeah.
Yeah, so just what we're looking at here was the listing of projects that we have done in our previous meetings over the years, correct?
Yes. Now,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think the part that some of you are probably going to look and say, wait a sec, I haven't seen some of those. That's the part that I think the city as a whole has not done the best at educating you all of the projects and putting it on the forefront. Impact fee projects have been in front of you. Some of those that have been on the long range plan have been in front of you. Some of those engineering projects that we've had on the radar, I don't think we've really brought them in front of you that often, as much as it's just we've been working on those, and then as they show up, sometimes they'll show up like 2 years in advance, and sometimes they've been a little bit of a surprise. We're trying to now say, no, we want to get a 10-year span for all of these things and really help you bring you up to speed on where everything's at.
Okay, and so that leads me to my second question, which is, has staff had the chance to go through all of this and prioritize? Because to your point, you're the professionals. You know where we've got water, street, whatever problems. And so I don't know if we've gone to that point yet where I want to see what do you think needs to be done before we start throwing in our wish list and what we think is good. Because you guys know that thing's going to fail in 2 years if we don't get that thing fixed. And so even if we put stuff ahead of it funding-wise, we still have that. So I guess that's my asking is we're going to be looking at these as we're seeing these budget allotments. Have these already been vetted by staff in a prioritization method, or were this just that list that we politicians
We've been working on this for how long, Matt? 4 or 5 months.
Perfect. That's
vetting it and going through it. There are some where maybe years still need some tweaks. There are some maybe we've missed a project or two.
Well, and thank you. I guess that's the biggest thing I've always wanted, is tell us everything we need to do in this city. So we're trying to allocate dollars, and we can't do that if we don't know what the actual needs are. And that's just what I want to make sure is, I want staff to tell us, this is what you've got, and then we'll make the hard decisions and deal with the consequences of those decisions. So thank you.
Yep. Okay. So as we dive in, so transportation. So what you'll notice here, anything that you see that's a little bit of a different color, you'll notice it's the same project where we've set aside an amount every single year. So as you can see here, we're trying to bring all of our sidewalks up to ADA compliance. And so we just have a plan every year setting aside $100,000 to bring ADA ramps. These are things like recently we've just submitted a grant to CDBG to get some funding for there. So we're, as you heard Carrie speak earlier, we are actively looking for different funding opportunities. You'll notice we've started putting some notes off to the side here of areas where we think we might be able to get funding from the state legislature. If they're ones where they might be somewhat impact fee eligible, you'll see us making notes IF eligible. Some of the different projects as they come through. Councilmember Perucci, to the comment that you made, yes, there are signals in here. If there's other improvements, though, that is anticipated where you feel we should address it and it's not being addressed, obviously that's part of what we need to have the discussion with, is having us look into those. That's where we need your feedback. If there's certain areas, like I hear you say 134th, that's something, that's why Matt's here. So we can look at some of those and see if those are something that we need to bring into the radar, bring in. If it's something that is anticipated that will be needed within 10 years, we want to get it on there. We don't want to be caught off guard and find out that we need to do something that we just didn't anticipate. To that note, you'll notice this Eagles Flight intersection right here. Well, that's really, we all know the unique nature of that one right there, but we still put it on there because we feel we need it. We're trying to be forward thinking. I'll pause for a moment on the transportation one.
I just wanted to comment to Councilmember Smith that when you look at all those ADA ramps, that's something you can help us with at CDBG. So that would be great. Yes. So when you look at that, any money you can bring to us will help.
On that note, Councilmember Smith, there are 2 requests we have sent to CDBG, ADA ramps, as well as a boiler for the senior center. Yes. Hopefully we can get both, but priority-wise, I think we would prefer the boiler. Yes. Because that's a little bit higher priority for us right now. Great.
Councilmember McDougall appears to have a comment.
Of course. Just being nitpicky like I am, I'd love if there was a way that we could do this where it would just be in chronological order. So I know 2026, 27 in that reverse. And then also in our notes, if we can put what our match is for the grant. So for example, like the EV station, we've got a $40,000 match, because then we'll be able to know what to allocate. And I'm sure that's data that's coming. Just
some of it's already here. This is a very condensed version. I should have sorted it by date. I apologize for that one. I just kind of grabbed it and dumped it in. There's a bunch of hidden columns where we do look at just that. We show external funding and all of that, but part of it is we're still, again, that's why I said this is a dynamic document. We're working on all of those to fine tune. Part of the next steps for this thing is we are currently in the process of selecting a consultant to do the IFFP and then the IFA. That will help us further define how much is impact fee eligible versus not impact fee eligible, so we'll know what that is. And then from there, we need to start diving into using our lobbyists to help us get funding from the state, trying to find other funds from different sources.
I still love it, and this is what I've always wanted, because now we can see projects in different stages. This one we're working for grants for. This one, we've got the grant, we've got to allocate our match for it. So thank you. Nope.
Councilmember Johnson.
I would love to see the hidden columns as well. That really helps understand what these projects are a little bit better. One of the questions I have for the 3600 West roundabout, where exactly is that?
So that is just right by the park. Okay. So we actually have had I don't know if we still have funding in the budget to do a signal, but we got pretty much nowhere with, it's difficult because it's under the power lines, and there's a big Kern River gas line going there. So we've pivoted now with Bluffdale and looking at doing a roundabout at that intersection.
And just lastly, I know Eagle Flight is a headache of its own, but that is the most atrocious road in our entire city, where you have multiple cars coming to a stop, one's going, one's not. Every single time I drive that, I always see someone get hit. And if you've ever experienced this road, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Real quick, since you just brought up council member, I'll go ahead and share with you all the spreadsheet. It's dynamic. You have to open it in Excel for it to work. If you open it in like Google Sheets or even Office, it will not work. This screen here is what's called the dashboard. If you click these little radio buttons up at the top here, it will change everything based on that, so you can kind of see the timing.
Wonderful. Councilmember Perucci.
Thank you. So do you anticipate this plan being updated after we do our transportation master plan update?
Yes.
Will there be more projects that will be added to that?
Yes.
Cool. And then I did just want to throw it out there. Yeah, I'd love to see, I don't know if it's going to be needed, but I anticipate there will need to be some improvements at 134th and Monarch Meadows Parkway.
Will you make note of that? 134th Monarch Meadows Parkway. Look at that intersection.
Yeah, that's part of the challenge there, is it's a split intersection.
We'll look into that. We'll get some information, bring it back to you.
Thanks, I appreciate
Okay.
it.
Any other questions about the transportation?
Councilmember Smith.
And before I go to those meetings, can I see what ADA ramps are, so I can ask for them? Is it just in general?
I think it's just general. I don't think did we list them, Carrie?
No, we have a list of the areas in our city that need them, but the CDBG can only be spent on new ones, not replacement of old ones.
On new ones, okay. So before I go to the meeting, I'll probably want to meet with you, so I'm going to go ready to.
That'd be great.
Get it. Okay.
Councilmember Haymond.
Just one quick question on the top line there, 1300 West. Talks about a canal crossing widening. Is that down there at the S-curve where they just rebuilt the entire S-curve, like within the last year or two?
Do you remember where that's at, Matt?
It goes to the canal, not to the S-curve part of it, where it's by our pump house, where it's kind of in the bowl.
Oh yeah,
that area. That's just where it's talking about. It goes pretty much before the S-curve all the way to the Gulf.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I just saw the S-curve where they just redid that.
Yeah.
Okay, active transportation. You can see what the list looks like right now. Again, we are going to be updating this as we finish up the transportation plan and all of that fun stuff. Culinary water. So here's a list of the culinary water projects that are in the 10-year plan. Just by way of a reminder, the rate study, the rate consultant we've been working with, he's only focusing on 5 years as he looks at his plans. The projects in here that are included in the 5 years are included also in what he's projected. So if you recall, when we did have him come in and he shared some of those capital needs, this is a lot of what he was looking at. I want to highlight specifically from earlier this evening, this Nichols Lane right here. This is the one Carrie was talking about that the two water workers could use as kind of a training, and it would cut this 750 down to around 450, 500 around there, correct? So as you can see what all of the different projects are here. Any questions before I move on? Secondary water, here are the list of the projects for it. Stormwater. Stormwater is an interesting one. We're on the tail end. I don't believe it's fully finished, correct? The study that they're working on? Yeah, it's not fully finished. Currently, we have a consultant working on our stormwater capacities and specifically focusing. It's a little bit unique in the fact that it's an area of the city where they're analyzing stuff that will not really be not much of it will be impact fee eligible, but still there's a lot of needs that arise for store water in that area. So more to come from that as well. parks. You'll notice the two important, well, I shouldn't say important, but two of the colored ones where you see every single year. We've focused heavily in having conversations about this. Neighborhood pavilions and playgrounds. We have more pavilions and playgrounds in our city than the useful life of those is. Meaning you have to do one a year and you're still going to be behind. And so that's an important distinction that we need to understand. As we dive into understanding all of the different funding, by way of recollection, outside of external funding, the main source of this section here, in terms of these costs, is Fund 450, which is really just sales tax money. So just to put it in perspective as we dive into it. Although you'll notice these two down here, the two bottom ones, those are both impact fee eligible, and they're eligible for 100% impact fee, the two parks. The one that we saw this evening, that's 100% impact fee, and then the one that we hopefully will see over there in the SLR area, or land reserve area.
Okay, we have questions. Councilmember Johnson?
Real quick, just so I don't have to jot everything down, are we able to get this list?
I emailed this to you guys.
Oh, I don't think so.
But I'm going to also send you the spreadsheet as well.
Thank you.
But the one I emailed you was in a PDF so that you could open it like on your iPad or whatever, because again, the spreadsheet, you're going to want to open it in Excel.
Councilmember John McDougall.
Yeah, and Kevin, this is fantastic, and just as for my fellow council members, I know the mayor and I have talked about this over the years, it's always great to want to build parks. And Riverton currently, frankly, has a huge number of parks compared to many of our resident cities. The problem is we never consider the long-term maintenance of those parks. And as we look at future developments, that's really a question we need to ask ourselves is, do we want to keep adding parks because you're basically just burdening the city even moving forward, where it can literally get to a point that the existing parks you have, you don't have the dollars to maintain existing parks because we just keep adding more and more and more. You know, what's already here we weren't a part of that, and these are things that have been planned years and years ago, but we are reaching a point where sustainability is becoming critical in our financing system. So just something to think about as we look at how much of the general fund is dedicated for other areas, because this will only continue to grow every year.
Thank you, Councilmember. On that note, I spent the morning with a neighboring city in our county of 37,000 residents, and they have 4 parks, and they have no intention to expand that number. So it's a dramatic difference, 4 to 23.
Wow, that's interesting.
Okay.
Facilities. So again, as I mentioned earlier, we don't have much by way of the fire station needs on here just yet. We're working on those. But here are some of the facility needs. This one is an area where we're going to ask for your patience as we're diving deeper into this. For example, you'll notice in the project type here, there's nothing that highlights any elevators. Yet just recently we found out that we have an elevator that's down in the building just to the west of us. That elevator we found out will be $25,000 to fix. We have been able to get it down to about $12,500 because you have some pretty smart facility maintenance guys that have been really diving deep into figuring all this out. But the reality is we've got some aging buildings, and we really need to be planning these into the future. So we've asked Todd and Cheryl to just focus heavily on all of the fire stations and all of our buildings and really dive into when we think we're going to need to do some of the more capital type maintenance items. So this one will probably grow. I mean, the others obviously are also going to be dynamic and will grow as we see things that are missing. This one, I can guarantee it's going to grow even more. And again, this one is primarily the funding source for this one as a whole is Fund 450, which again, general fund, that's sales tax. As you know, the others, we have other sources in addition to the sales tax, but this and parks, it's really just that.
Okay, we have a question from Councilmember Perucci.
Yeah, I think the word we were looking for is historic buildings. I'm just joking.
Yes, thank you.
Right, thank you.
I did have a question. The rodeo grounds building addition. Can you tell me about that?
I can talk about that, Kevin.
Yeah.
So that is to close in those areas that aren't closed in on the building down there now for maintenance and our staff to be housed out of at some point.
Okay.
And the reason it's on there sooner than later is because of the cost savings we have because of guys like Tim and Todd that helped us with the animal shelter. We think we can do it for much cheaper if we do it now while we have that staff.
Thank you. Councilmember McDougall?
Yes, and thank you. That was my first question, so thank you, Councilmember Perucci. My second question is the senior center. So we're bearing the $20,000 cost to replace a boiler for a county facility, basically.
Per our contract, yes.
Per our contract.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
sir.
To me, just another reason
Consider
why.
this, we have very, very senior folks over there, and last summer they had to go back and forth between having the doors totally open to the doors shut, depending on temperature control in that building. It's a significant problem.
Yeah.
I understand
No,
your
I'm not
point.
questioning the need for it. I agree. We should make our, if we're going to have buildings and facilities, they should be comfortable for our residents. I'm just highlighting, I think, again, why we've got a quasi-county facility when I don't know of any other city that deals with that. And I think that's something we should seriously look at renegotiating with the county. Yeah, they're about to hit us for 15% tax increase. I think they can take over the cost of that, so.
Thank you very much. Okay, no more questions.
Okay, so again, next steps. The intent was not to hash this out tonight. Like I said, I will share the spreadsheet with you. I'll resend the PDF as well. Would love to have you get some insight from you all in terms of the timing of projects. In answer to Councilmember McDougall's question, yes, the timing that you see there is a method to the madness behind most of the project's timing. There might be a few that maybe we could move a year or two. Let's be real, some of it, you saw what is proposed even into the calendar 2026 and 2027. I think we all know through the conversations we've had, we don't think we're going to have the funding to cover all of that. So the reality is we're going to have to either look at moving some things around or look at that nasty B word that I don't dare say right now. But that is a reality of something that could happen. We are in the process of getting ready to issue a PO for impact fee analysis and an IFFP consultant. How that will look once they go in and dive in and look at all of these projects. We will eventually come back in front of the council for an adoption of the IFFP as well as the IFA. That would include a conversation on the impact fees themselves. And for those that have not been involved in that before, once the council officially approves a new impact fee, there's a 90 days? Waiting period. 90-day waiting period, so the council would approve a fee, but it doesn't go into effect for 90 days. That gives the development community time to be prepared for that fee, whether it be an increase or a decrease. I skipped the missing projects. If there are missing projects, please let us know. Shoot me an email, and we'll dive into those. Councilmember Perucci will make note of that 134th and Monarch Meadows, and we'll dive in a little bit deeper, get some more information out of Harriman. We're constantly trying to find funding sources, working with our partner agencies, Wasatch Front Regional Council. And again, as I mentioned earlier, the plan is this is not the first time we're going to be talking about this thing. We probably won't bring this exact document back up beyond just sharing it with you here probably tomorrow during the next few months, because we don't want to cloud the budget. And the budget is obviously the big push here, but we did feel that it was timely to get this bigger plan in front of you so you can see what we're working on beyond just FY27.
All right, thank you very much, staff, and thank you, council, for all the great questions. Councilmember McDougall, one more.
One more for you, Kevin. Do we have any of our impact fee funds currently that we're at risk of hitting our timeline on to go back to developers?
No. Nick, do you want to take that?
No.
Yeah, I don't like the no I'm getting here.
I'll say this, we're close with some, but we have the plans.
Okay, that's,
We need the projects to be done and completed, and that's kind of the timing of everything. When I say no, I don't think that we're in risk of losing anything, assuming that some of these projects get moved as we go into our construction season.
okay, so I guess, and I'll just speak for myself, but I think most council would be, if we need to bring those to council to make sure we do not lose those funds, I think we're fine bringing those forward. And I trust that staff would do that. But yeah.
The main one is roads, and it's currently in the budget. It's a reimbursement agreement. We just need to get it done.
Okay, thank you, and appreciate you guys tracking that for us.
And the operative thing to keep in mind is that the funds have to be committed under the terms of a contract within that period of time. They don't have to necessarily all be spent within the period of time. Okay.
Mayor?
Please.
Do you mind, this is not related to the capital facilities plan though, so just real quick, a week from tonight, we have the opportunity to tour SALT. So if you are interested in going on the tour, please let me know. We will meet here at 5:45. For those of us that are in the skate park committee meeting, it's just literally right after that we will hop on the bus and head down to SALT to tour.
And just to clarify, that's their Lehigh facility, the large one there.
We're not touring dirt.
Thank you for that reminder. Upcoming meetings, March 3rd, standard work session and city council meeting. March 17th, slight change. I think that is caucus night. Therefore, we will not have a city council meeting. We will have our work session from 4 to 6, and then we will close for the evening. So just be aware of that change. No, although it is St. Patrick's Day. Okay, looking for a motion to adjourn. Councilmember Johnson.
Heyman has a
Excuse me,
point.
Councilmember Hammond.
Just one thing on that March 17th. Can our communications department, can we get out a bunch of communication about that caucus night? Like, we need to make that a state holiday, get people involved in the caucus process. So that's the closest you're ever going to get to a republic right there.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember.
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
I'll second.
Multiple seconds. Jamie, you picked up one. Councilmember Smith did a second. Okay. Very good. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No one is opposed. Thank you all very much.